Yeah, hi. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Today, this is a special video we're recording. Today, I am recording a video where I'll be reacting and debunking a special video. Right, I'm debunking a special video that is not really going viral, but it's basically a video that has come to upon me. It was recommended, and it's WWE Hater. One WWE here versus 10 WWE Superfans, and uh, it features the one of the honestly really top creators in the YWC IWC who happens to be part or used to be part of wrestling business, Maven. It's great to see Maven also has a very successful YouTube channel, by the way. Very cool to see that, and yeah, he appeared, so pretty cool. And obviously he was proven to be what a very lovable guy he is in real life. Um, so the reason why we're reacting to this video is it's funny. You know, you have a WWE hater, which I feel like I should be on this show, maybe in the future. You know, so there's so the reason why this specific person is known as a WWE hater is because he's not a fan of the current product and all that kind of stuff. So and you have 10 super fans, which I saw the video, man. Bunch of marks, bunch of freaking smarky, freaking weirdos, like virgins of anything. Like, that give it doesn't really make wrestling like a cool it doesn't give make wrestling fans look cool at all. Um, them trying to defend WWE is just ridiculous. But regardless, we're gonna react to it, and I'm gonna give my insight where I'm gonna be debunking and not only that, reacting to it. Keep in mind, this mindset, my perspective is coming from obviously a big wrestling fan who's not a fan of the current product, who's not a current fan of modern wrestling, and also who actually happens to be a training pro wrestler right now. For those who don't know, I am also a training pro wrestler, pro wrestling training. So far, I've already had one match in my career. I started my career earlier this year, so yeah. So there we go. That's my insight. That's gonna be my little background. Now let's react and debunk what the super fans have to say, and even get an idea what the hater supposedly has to say.
Four letters, one word.
Was Shane McMahon shocking the
These fans are insufferable.
driving?
He was sucking and jiving. Let's be real.
How well did that pan out?
Pretty well. He ended up with the world title.
The WWE didn't go to Logan Paul.
We booing Vince?
That is a heel take.
Daniel Bryan.
Yes. 1, 2, 3.
So you just made the point for me. I like to appreciate you.
Looks like I'm in the hot seat, BT.
Hey, yo, what's going on? My name is BT. I'm a pro wrestling
BT?
purist and a pro wrestling realist. And I'm here to debate these 10 pro wrestling super fans.
BT, by the way, looks like literally. He looks like he definitely reminds me of Jacob Fatu. That's for sure. But yeah, man, BT's gonna be representing people like myself, basically. So that's kind of pretty cool. But yeah, I feel like I'm more based on I have seen this video. I feel like I'm more the hater on the, of than what he was. But regardless, we're gonna see what he has to say. We're gonna react, even what the 10 Supermans have to say. You know what I mean? So let's go from there.
He's a hater.
Oh, these fans are insufferable. I swear, these fans are freaking insufferable. I gotta be honest. I got to tell you that, like, these fans, man, the way they, like, can you act normal? Imagine if you were to act like this, when you see a hot chick or when you're with a bunch of normal people. You think that chick's gonna stay with you? You think that you think normal people gonna want to interact with you? I don't think so. Okay, you don't see normal people chanting dumb shit like in the real world. Just saying, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
He's a hater.
I can't hear it. I can't hear it. My first claim is the WWE needs Logan Paul more than Logan Paul needs the WWE.
Okay. So here's my reaction of that claim. I like Logan Paul. I do like him. I do think he's honestly, if anything, maybe he's right in terms of like, yeah, the WWE does somewhat need Logan Paul because there's nobody really in their business, unfortunately, that have like a little like a known star power, and not only that, any entertainment value. Because come on, if you compare Logan Paul to like an Ilja Dragunov or any smarky dude, right? Who the hell is gonna who the hell are gonna care about someone like an Ilja Dragunov or a Shinsuke Nakamura or a Sami Zayn even compared to like a Logan Paul? Like Logan Paul, at least he's a well-known type of wrestler, well-known dude. But he's actually very good, man. The guy is actually very freaking good. He's actually he's actually like his talent is actually made for the wrestling business, so he should be. But does the WWE really need him? I would say they need him in terms of he has the star power, but does Logan Paul really need the company? Obviously he doesn't need the company, doesn't need this. But if anything, the problem with WWE right now is that you can have anybody on the show. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to save your show because WWE is that freaking bad where they have alienated the casual viewers, alienate people from caring about the show. Why should they care just because you have Logan Paul? Why? Just because you have The Rock? Just because whatever? Because the way they book their shows, the way they format their shows, it's not making people want to stay in, tune into their shows. So it doesn't really matter necessarily that who you have on your show, unfortunately, because yes, they do need stars. Because Cena's retiring, a lot of legends are no longer wrestling anymore. Again, you had Hulk Hogan, who sadly passed away recently. He was like the one legend you could bring back for a cheap, little viewership or whatever. Who else are you really gonna have, But I would say in terms of Logan Paul, does Logan Paul is WWE need Logan Paul? Yeah, it's just the problem is they don't really showcase him or make you want to keep on watching. But regardless, I agree with that little statement, what he believes in. The other guy, fans, man.
WWE doesn't need Logan Paul. It was already a global product. The WWE now is bigger than it's ever been. It's on more.
Okay,
not because of Logan.
Okay, maybe not because of Logan, but at the same time, people are like, well, no. But to be fair, Logan Paul, he's showcased on Netflix and all that kind of shit, right? They show him in the Netflix intros. People know, when they find out that Logan Paul's in WWE, people are gonna be interested. And that's also kind of like why, like Netflix and all these streaming sites have signed on with WWE because they hear that Logan Paul is involved, Prime and all that kind of shit, right? The idea of the WWE being bigger than it ever was. Maybe in terms of, yes, because you have the availability to watch more people to watch, the more eyes the product and social media numbers and all that kind of shit. How WWE, the way they're able to showcase their shows on social media, like that's really it. That's all. They're not big in terms of like people are gonna legit keep on watching. Like, sure, when you talk about like, there's more eyes in the product right now. First of all, that's kind of complete bullshit because if there was more eyes on the product, people would be watching, right? People would be still watching the show. The fact is, no one's watching the show. They're on Netflix. And again, when we talk about like bigger, it's because yes, the social media numbers, because how they're able to, how you can watch the highlights more, but that's it. It's a way to just catch up rather than watching TV and all that kind of shit or Netflix. That's the only way that it's showcased. And let's be honest here, the WWE Vault channel, them posting, old wrestling footage and shit like that, that's the only thing that makes people want to care for it, to watch old WWE footage. If anything, the old WWE footage is what keeping people to be intrigued with WWE because other than like showcasing old footage of like WWE matches and moments or whatever with their WWE Vault channel and all that kind of shit, no one's gonna be caring about freaking WWE. Let's be for real here. And yes, WWE, they're on more again with help on Netflix and Peacock on all the streaming sites. Like, yeah, they're able to be seen by people and they're promoted, but at the same time, nobody's watching. So it's really not that big as people are saying it to be. It's only big in terms of the social media numbers, and that's it. So
listen, if you look at the growth the WWE's had in regard to viewership over the last decade, it's absurd. I don't know if you saw.
Where is that? Have you not? Okay, so this guy is clearly blind or typical like pro like WWE defender. professional wrestling, it has went down. The viewership went down. So I don't know where he's getting these numbers. Okay? Wrestling ratings have went down. They went down in a decade. Ratings are in the ones now. They're almost going to be losing 1 million viewers. That's how bad professional wrestling has gone because of lack of intrigue with pro wrestling, especially WWE, because WWE is the biggest professional wrestling business in the world. And they're on fucking Netflix, and people are choosing not to watch. Just say, and so I don't understand where you're getting these numbers. Is it because of just social media? That's it. If that's it, then just because their social media is big does not mean that their viewership, their intriguement is big. Okay? Yes, they're getting money because all the sponsors or whatever, but watch that money catch up to them. Once when the sponsors stop sponsoring them, once when all these television deals decide, hey, we're not gonna want to have you on our TV anymore because you're shit product. Okay? WWE has gotten the lowest ratings in history throughout this year and recently throughout the past 10 years. And this has started because when they started having the women main eventing the shows, pretending that women's goddamn wrestling matters when it's literally equivalent to the WNBA, and literally that, the aspects of what make professional wrestling exciting is gone. There's no larger life characters, no storylines, there's no freaking actual build up and good goddamn storylines to make people care. The wrestling sucks. It's not the best time to be a wrestling fan. The wrestling is not even good or realistic. A lot of these matches lack in-ring psychology. A lot of these matches are just dumb indie work rate garbage matches that people pretend as 5 stars or just as awesome chance. It's so infuriating. And it doesn't help also where the fans are making it worse for the people watching. So I don't know what this guy is talking about.
They just signed a new deal for distribution for their rights with ESPN now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
and guess what? Guess what happened? ESPN was unhappy with their show. Yeah. And guess what? People are not even watching. Okay? Just because they're disputed, like, again, Netflix, Peacock, ESPN, people are choosing not to watch it. They may be making money with that, but once when the new deal comes, this is going to lead to WWE losing those deals, and they have to find elsewhere to put on their product.
They were getting around $80 million a year from Peacock. Now you can up that. You're looking at almost $300 million. ESPN is the global leader in entertainment, not even just sports anymore. So now more eyeballs than ever on it. As a product, they're being viewed more in more countries across the world than they ever have. And this was predating Logan. The reason Logan joined is because he wanted to siphon off what the WWE has going.
Wait a minute. So did we not realize that Logan Paul joined WWE around like 2021, and that's when they started like transitioning to Peacock and like all these, again, Netflix. Again, that's what the Netflix. That was Netflix, ESPN. Like it or not, Logan Paul is one of the biggest. Like, I don't even care for it, but he is one of the most well-known people in this generation. For the people who are from this generation, people know who Logan Paul is in this generation, and not old generations, but he's at least known. He's known from this generation. So to say that, and again, he joined for God's sakes. So he joined around the same time when they started distributing this.
The WD, listen, no, you got to remember, all things in life, nothing is bigger than the program. The WWE was growing without Logan and has done so.
Logan
and will continue after.
Program.
But okay, this is where I have to also say about like Logan Paul. Like Logan Paul, even when he's there, is sadly not growing. But also that's part of WWE's fault. But at least like when you have Logan Paul there, there's at least people would know and care when he's there because he is actually like somewhat of a star. So
understand this. Logan was doing this with no WWE intent on YouTube as a kid in his living room chilling. You know what I'm saying? So he was doing this for a long time. So he has his own program. Understand this. Logan Paul has podcasts that are partnered with WWE, not owned by WWE, partnered. Why is that? Because he's his own brand. Now, look at it from a businessman's perspective. A businessman, I don't give a fuck who you are. Every business siphons every dollar they can get, whether it's pennies or fucking cents. Whether you see the price go from $13.50 to $13.99, they're siphoning every fucking dollar they can get. They're gonna get the cash cows. Logan Paul is a cash cow. Logan Paul is a global brand.
Yes.
Logan Paul was banned from Japan.
That's why he wouldn't be good for WWE.
No,
if you're going off.
Why wouldn't it be good for WWE? just because like he had that little incident where okay, so I remember when I was like years ago, I thought that was like sickening, but I was like the most cliche hacky thing to say. If you really think about this whole Japan incident, a lot of us would nervously laugh at something, when something is crazy, like something like you see something like that. Okay, you never know what was in his mind. The reality is, you never know. Maybe Logan Paul was nervously laughing because who the fuck? How can you cope up with something like that incident? What happened in Japan? And again, why is there a forest like that even exists? That's just a dumb culture of Japan. So just saying.
No publicity is bad publicity. If you are banned from Japan, you are a global brand, brother.
Oh, but you're not telling. Okay, hold on. But I was gonna say, but you're not telling me why the WWE needs Logan Paul. They were growing exponentially before him. They got the deal, and you say he's partnered with them. All of their podcasts are partnered. They don't own any of their podcasts.
Understand this. Let's put it in perspective.
Logan Paul, though.
There's fans that would never have even looked at WWE if it wasn't for Logan Paul.
True.
And Logan Paul,
like it or not, like a lot of people who, again, even though it's not really helping long term, people who know Logan Paul will only know Logan Paul, or know WWE because of Logan Paul. So you can't really take that away. And hopefully that would lead to like some of those fans becoming wrestling fans and eventually going back to watch old shit. And apparently like Logan Paul was actually a wrestling fan when he was growing up. So, that's something that we can respect about Logan Paul. Like, not saying you have to be like loving wrestling by watching back in the day and watching the Attitude Era or whatever. You have to be from that certain time. But at the same time, respect it and love it, right? Respect it.
Probably would have never even gave a fuck about WWE if it wasn't for the Attitude Eras and the Ruthless Aggression eras.
That shows that he felt like he needed the WWE. Then. That's why he came. That's why he came. The WWE didn't go to Logan Paul. He went to Triple H himself and pitched himself joining the roster.
Okay, I don't get it. This is where something I want to also say about Smarks. Do you not want somebody to be a part of the WWE? Like, Logan Paul, he can literally forget about pro wrestling, and he doesn't even want to do this, right? He doesn't need to do this. But Logan Paul could literally easily say, hey, I'm done with this. I don't want to do this at all. Why am I doing this? But yeah, guess what? Logan Paul has been doing this now for almost like 4 years now. 3-4 years. Logan Paul has been wrestling since like 2022. He's been involved in WWE since like in 2021, right? And guess what? Logan Paul has put in the effort and actually want to be a part of this. Would you guys not want a guy who actually wants to be part of the business than someone who's doesn't want to be part of business? Like, I don't get it. You guys like people because they love this business. They work hard. You don't think Logan Paul loves WWE and loves the business? That's why he actually is putting in an effort? Like, which is it? You guys crap on guys like Brock Lesnar and Goldberg and all these part-timers for not caring about WWE, supposedly, even though, I'm sorry, but like, maybe they love to be a part of it. It's just they are old. They can't do this full time. Logan Paul, who is young, right? I mean, yeah, would it be nice to maybe be full time? But again, that's kind of WWE's fault, right? And again, to be fair, Logan Paul does have other career obligations. But at least, like, when he's there, he's going to be putting the effort. Logan Paul actually puts the effort and actually seems to want to be part of the WWE. Why can't we agree that that's actually kind of cool? Because there's so many people that don't want to be in the WWE, right? We argue about that. But now we're complaining about guys like Logan Paul being in the WWE. Like, are you guys not satisfied that he's in the WWE and actually want to be a part of it? You never know. How do you know that Logan Paul doesn't want to be a pro wrestler? If anything, hey, I'm here to say, and I think people would agree with a mindset, the guy is actually made for to be a part of the WWE, whether we like it or not, because he does have the talent. He really does. He's actually one of the most gifted athletes that we have seen. He's one of the best He's probably the best celebrity wrestler in history. That's for sure. He's the best celebrity wrestler ever. The guy is gifted. The guy is literally made to be a pro wrestler. If anything, from his YouTube career or whatever, he's made for it, and he can talk even. So that's a bonus.
So he needed
And-
WWE, not the other way around.
As a person like Logan Paul, as a person in his position, he's at the position of his life where he's doing side quests. This is a side quest for him. This is a side quest that turned lucrative for him. You know what I'm saying?
So
Not
he
from-
went to them
He-
still because he wanted to. So he went to the
Which
WWE.
is-
They
what-
didn't seek him.
They get low ratings on their on Raw and SmackDown. They're only getting like a little bit of increase of viewership because of certain people that are up, that on the show that they'll watch on YouTube. But at the same time, it's just a way for people to catch up. But guess what? That number is going down. Okay, if you have noticed, the intriguing of pro wrestling is dying, and a lot of people are not like watching pro wrestling anymore. What does that fucking tell you? So you can't just say that with this bullshit that the viewerships are up or whatever just because WWE is so good. It's not.
What is Logan Paul's viewership on YouTube? He brought all those viewers. Like I said, people that didn't give a fuck about wrestling to wrestling. So when you do that, that's kind of like I said, this is his own brand. No one's brought more eyes to the WWE more than Logan Paul in the last couple of years.
I disagree. You could. I disagree. Hold on.
I mean, okay, so this is where I will say, like, he didn't do much. That's the thing. Because you still have people that will not stay to watch the show. But again, that's WWE's fault and all that kind of shit. But, you have to say, like, you have to admit that, yeah, Logan Paul did bring a few eyes. Because I have met actually people that, like, they didn't care for WWE, but they did watch and know that, WWE's a thing because of Logan Paul, or the Paul brothers. So.
Hear me out.
Please.
This is why I'm going to say you're wrong. The WWE's notorious for bringing in celebs at any point. Celebrities have always wanted to align with
for like
WWE
5 minutes.
From athlete. That's what Logan Paul started off as.
And guess
he
what?
decided to try to join the roster full time.
But you guys complain whenever celebrities come and certain part timers come on to the WWE. Like, which is it? Do you not want a guy who actually wants to be part of the business, supposedly? Again, the guy doesn't need this, but if he wants to be a part of, why y'all are complaining about that?
He wanted the WWE. They didn't want him. He sought them out. They'll continue without him whenever he leaves. Nothing's bigger than the program.
That's cap. I'm not gonna lie. If like I said,
again, when you're talking about nothing's big, like, look at all the larger life characters: Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold, The Rock, even Cena. All the stars that have been larger than life characters were bigger than WWE, and they want to say like no one's bigger than WWE. That's bullshit, and we kind of need that. Unfortunately, because of WWE mindset, they don't want people to be bigger than the WWE anymore, and that's why people don't watch wrestling anymore. That's why they refuse to even push people with like that mindset, because unfortunately, they're afraid to lose them. Even though, like, okay, you can always create new stars, but they refuse to do that. That's their dumbass fault.
if it was like that, WWE would be owning that podcast.
They don't own any of their podcasts with all their stars, including Cody Rhodes, his, and Undertaker's. They're partnered with all of those. They don't own any of them. So that's just what they do.
Now, I'm not going to lie. When Logan Paul came to WWE, I was a fan of Logan Paul. I'm like, all right, cool. We have somebody who is here, who is about the business, who wants to learn about the business, who's been practicing and hustling. However, as my friend, Mr.
Sorry for the little choppy.
Nico said over there, he sought WWE out. WWE ain't seek him. WWE probably wasn't paying attention.
Wait. Since when does that, and why is that a problem? And besides, but again, the whole discussion: Logan Paul needs WWE. WWE doesn't need him, or WWE needs Logan Paul. He doesn't need it. Then if that's the case, why does WWE want Logan Paul at a certain time? If with that logic that with Logan Paul want to be in WWE, like he would be there full time, right? But he's not being there full time because his schedule and shit like that, right? But at the same time, WWE would not have Logan Paul the full-time schedule because they want to use him at a certain time. It prevents them also from needing to spend extra money. And not only that, it saves them that extra money. And not only that, they want to base it. They have that idea to treat him as something special. That's what they think, unfortunately, where, he's a special attraction, unfortunately, where we can't overexpose, even though that can kind of be a disadvantage. It's just like the same thing with Brock Lesnar when Brock Lesnar's not there full time and all that kind of shit. So that's basically that's the thing, That's WWE for refusing basically working with Logan Paul to do that. And Logan Paul doesn't need to at the same time. Like I said earlier, Logan Paul can just say, I fuck this. But he's choosing to come back because, aside from his other obligations, he's coming back because, he actually wants to put in the effort and actually care. So there you go.
Him. And because WWE is about the money and about the brand, they know what Logan Paul can bring to the table.
Yeah.
So of course, like you said, since they want to cipher every type of bit of money, they're gonna, we're gonna bring him, we're gonna gain our revenue, but
you already said
it's gonna keep moving with or without him. You talking about, he brought his fan base. Bad Bunny had the craziest match at Backlash in Puerto Rico.
What? Just because hometown and crazy. So what? Did the people stay? The people didn't stay just because he had a crazy match. People didn't stay. People didn't it wasn't enough to make people care. And guess what? Bad Bunny, if he really cared, he would have been part of the WWE more than just 2 matches. So, does Bad Bunny really care about WWE? You have to understand a lot of these things are just, career goals. That's it.
Bad Bunny is no longer involved, so that
it doesn't.
He was
matter.
a stint. He was like a blip. He was a blip in time. We're gonna talk about that for 2 seconds and then move on.
It doesn't. But the fact is that we're still talking.
We're gonna talk about.
And it's the fact
Logan
that
Paul.
If anything, people forgot about it. If you really think about it, people have forgotten about it. I even forgot about it. That just shows the important, the real, how important Bad Bunny was. Bad Bunny wasn't really that it was just, again, to cater to the house, because it was just WWE was in Puerto Rico at that time. It was just to cater to the house. It was a house show, basically. Sure, the match was great, but at the same time, was it really that impactful to really make people stay to watch the show? Sure, it brought some eyes for the Bad Bunny fans, but at the same time, was it enough? I don't think so. But at the same time, you have to understand that a lot of these fans are not really actively pushing their way to watch WWE because, again, they know. This goes back to even the old fans. A lot of old fans are not watching WWE more because they know how WWE is, unfortunately, nowadays, and they're just gonna rely on YouTube. You have to understand that a lot of people just rely on YouTube to watch shit now. So.
We brought
if the ratings were really that. If the show was really that good, the ratings would say how good it is.
A big wrestling community from Puerto Rico and from other Spanish-speaking countries to watch that main event at Backlash in Puerto Rico. It's the fact that he was here at Royal Rumble. It's the fact that he had a tag team match with Damian Priest against the Miz.
Let's be honest here. People forgot that. This is where super fan becomes an obsession. You can't assume just because when you remember those things happening doesn't mean that people will always remember it. So
and John Morrison at that time and killed it. It's the fact that because we have celebrities way back when, from performers, from, if you want to take it all the way back, when this golden era happened, what was that, WrestleMania 1 or 3 with Mr. T and Hulk Hogan? If you want to take it back, WWE it's always been the hot commodity that other people wanted to be a part of. So there's no way you're gonna say
that was the time when wrestling was actually people actually loved wrestling. People actually cared about wrestling, and that was all because of goddamn Hulk Hogan and Vince McMahon's vision. Pro wrestling at the time was actually, people cared for it. Sure, back then, because kayfabe was protected and all that kind of shit, people actually gave a fuck about wrestling at the time because of the larger-than-life characters, which is unfortunately WWE lacks. No celebrity is actively wanting to be a part of WWE anymore. Okay? No active celebrity really goes to watch these shows. They did back in the day, but not now. If anything, it's because they're invited. That's why. They're only invited. And some of them are even probably paid to appear. They're not actively going to want to watch these shows, unfortunately. It's just the truth. When was the last time you actually see a legit celebrity that's not some industry plant that wants to watch WWE? No normal person in this world, unfortunately, watches WWE. Like, you think a Sydney Sweeney is gonna want to go watch a WWE show? I don't think so. And she's like what the hottest women in. She's like basically the top women, hottest celebrity women in the world right now. Tom Cruise, who's a big star still to this day. Freaking, a lot of stars, like even like top stars, like from even like the 90s and shit, right? Or the 80s. You think Arnold wants to go to a WWE show right now? And he's still alive? Arnold's not gonna go actually want to watch a wrestling show right now because he knows himself. Like, maybe he was a wrestling fan younger and at the time, but again, that was because at the time wrestling was, again, during the Attitude Era, you had Mike Tyson, you had Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's more celebrities. Okay, those are the top two celebrities at that time that wanted to be a part of the show. Like, I remember even freaking LeBron James, like back in like 03 and shit, right? Went to watch a Raw. You don't really see people actively want to watch a wrestling show anymore. If anything, it's probably because they're invited. That back in that Netflix time, like I remember, was it Macaulay Culkin, who's like the only like person that loves wrestling supposedly? That's because he is a wrestling fan. To be fair, he's the only guy that probably only people like nowadays would go, and maybe Topanga and the Boy Meets World cast, but that was because they're invited and shit. So there you go. So I don't know what to tell you. If you think they're actively wanting to go watch these shows, you're wrong.
That WWE needs Logan Paul more than Logan Paul needs WWE. Logan Paul needs WWE, and here's why. There was a point in time where Logan Paul was canceled. There was a point in time where nobody was paying attention to Logan Paul. There was a point in time. It's not cap. There was a point in time where you saw Logan Paul on
Logan
episode.
Paul, like, he did bounce back with and join celebrity boxing, so you can't really say that people stopped caring. People, if anything, like got intrigued to know more about Logan Paul because of celebrity boxing and shit like that. So, yeah.
Of Law and Order SVU trying to get his foot in the door, and there was times
Law and Order SVU. The reason why I remember that episode, that was way before he got canceled, and he was invited. If anything, he was invited to be on that show. I remember I do think this is still this day. Law and Order SVU actually invites people they know to be on the show. Okay, so like they'll invite certain celebrities to actually be on the show, even like TikTok people. So you can't say that, Logan Paul sought out. Like that's a lie.
Brother Jake was over here boxing and doing where he wanted to jump on that train as well. But because he wanted to revamp, he decided to get under that WWE umbrella. And he decided to be like, all right, cool. And I'm going to take this serious. Now, is what he doing in the ring or what is he doing in WWE good for his platform? And again, everybody involved and engaged and in tune? Absolutely. But WWE is a revolving door. Like you said, he could be a flash in the pan. Here's where they going tomorrow. And nobody's going to be talking about Logan Paul. It's not cap.
Logan Paul can go right back to boxing and can maintain the same
brand.
But
no wrestling people going to be talking about him. Just like we talk about Bad Bunny all the time. It's going to be always going to be a topic of conversation.
But the thing is, we're not going to say Logan. Understand this too. Logan Paul is what he is also because he's also good in ring. It's not just from his brand too. It's also because he's good in ring. I'm not going to sit here and say Bad Bunny was terrible, but he's not Logan Paul in the ring. He's not doing the shit. He's not doing the spots Logan Paul's doing.
Because Bad Bunny's also has other things that's going to keep him afloat.
You don't think Logan Paul does? Come on.
Yeah. Lawsuits. He's getting sued. Bad Bunny.
Everyone gets sued.
If you bring Bad Bunny back right now, with Logan Paul still in the ring, who you think they're talking about? Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny. If anything, what we remember, what he did, he does. The bunnies can fly. Like he does just a crossbody. And again, the whole Bunny Destroyer, the Canadian Destroyer, which by the way takes the wrestler to do the work for him. He just has a freaking setup to do it. And again, I'm talking like this because again, I as a pro wrestler in training, that's what I know. Bad Bunny doesn't really know how to do a lot of wrestling moves. Okay, like he only had 2 matches. Okay, Logan Paul, like have we not seen how many matches he has so far? how great they were. Like Logan Paul had a great match with Roman Reigns. Okay, he had a great match with John Cena. Logan Paul, great in-ring performer, has the personality to be a WWE wrestler. They act like Bad Bunny can be that. I disagree. So I'm gonna stick with my boy BT right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Man, Logan Paul cat, but I'm gonna say you're the cat master haberdashery
Why?
is going on right now. Okay, first of all, to Krista's point, he needed to get the sports washing special. They're already doing it for Saudi Arabia. Don't look over here. We got sports. So Logan Paul is doing the same thing. Is he athletic? Sure. Is he good in the ring? Sure. But I've seen that somewhere. Hangman Adam Page. He can go away and come back and no one bats an eye. As a matter of fact,
the difference is no one fucking cares about Adam Page. No one knows or cares unless you're an AEW fan. Adam Page, if you really think about it, is literally no different than a lot of these wrestlers nowadays. He's just a typical indie wrestler that does a flip. If anything, Logan Paul manages to do a better move than Adam Page, and his finisher is like a regular move for Logan Paul. And if anything, he knows how to do it. So
rather see the Miz, and I'm a notorious Miz hater, over Logan Paul. Not that Logan Paul's
You're
not a draw, but by that time,
Paul,
so is I Show Speed, so is Bad Bunny, so is Mike Tyson, so is Donald Trump, but so are these people. You know what I mean? So I get
Donald
what you're
Trump,
saying. Like, well, he put
Donald Trump. Donald Trump again. Donald Trump. You think Donald Trump cares about modern wrestling? He's not watching the show anymore. Usually, he watched the show probably again at the time when wrestling was good. All his contributions with WrestleMania 4, WrestleMania 5, his contribution during late 2000s, 2007, 2009 in WWE. You think he's gonna care about modern wrestling now? Sure, he was on the podcast with Taker and Kane, but that's it. It's because he knows those people. He doesn't know a lot of indie wrestlers now. Can you blame him? So there's a lot of normal people because wrestling used to be something that people love and people don't watch anymore.
Puts eyes on a product, but so will the next person. So will I Show Speed. So will
Who the fuck this I Show Speed? I'm gonna not pretend. Listen, people know who Logan Paul is than some of these dumb streamers. I don't know why people have to pretend these streamers are
pick a TikTok star. You know what I mean?
I will say this: YouTube wasn't even they owe, and to I'm sorry, I forget
Krista,
your name.
got you.
To Krista's point, WWE did a great job in always having a celebrity presence, but YouTube was not ever tapped in until Logan Paul came around.
Yeah.
And what did he got?
I will say Logan Paul is the most
What YouTuber?
Logan Paul is the most accessible because he's already athletic. He's already done half the stuff. So yes, Logan Paul, he may be the poster boy, but he's not the only one. I Show Speed now is the one I could think of. And if you want to take it back even further,
I Show Speed's not a wrestler. I Show Speed just literally showed up for one
popping. They probably would have had Ninja if he could go in the ring. It depends on how much kids are connecting with these people. I'm trying to think of who's hot right now that the youth them love that they could. Kai Cenat. If Kai Cenat went in there and even did a 1-2 blue skidoo, you could say the same thing for them because Kai Cenat's the most popular person in the world right now. But
I don't know who the fuck that guy is. I don't know a lot. Again, I hate to sound like a older person who's out of the time type of deal. But at the same time, at least people who actually is well known. Again, unless these are these dumb industry plants. Seriously, no actual celebrity. If this supposed YouTuber or whatever, if he really cared, he would be a part of the WWE. But he's not because again, he's probably not a real wrestling fan. Probably not a fan. Probably doesn't care. So. And he doesn't care to. But you have Logan Paul, who actually seems to actually care. What's the problem?
He'll go. Logan Paul, once he's done here or gets banged up for real, will come and go, and no one will miss him.
You want him to get banged up? It's you guys want these people to fail. And watch, when he unfortunately leaves, any ounce of star power that WWE has left, it's gonna be more down.
I don't agree. Like I said,
what's your favorite Logan Paul match?
I hate that these Smarks have to always like, what's your favorite match like to defend this wrestler? What's the best match they had? What about like the moments? Like why always gotta be dumb matches? Wrestling's not just about fucking the matches, it's about the stories and the characters. That's like saying, you know, oh, you like Daniel LaRusso, you like Johnny Lawrence, what's their best fights? You know, rather than what's their best like moments. You know, like, because I like to, whenever I like to compare like professional wrestling, I like to compare like Cobra Kai, which is again one of the best TV shows in recent memory. Cobra Kai, and like a good TV show is not about fight scenes. Like an action TV show is not just about somebody's about just action. It's supposed to have to care about the characters and shit. You know, that's like saying again, oh, what's your favorite Johnny Lawrence fight? You know how gay that is. You know how dumb that is, and just marky that is. Like, why can't moments matter? Like, oh, what's your favorite match to defend this guy as the best wrestler in the world and blah, blah, blah. Who the hell cares? You know? But whatever, like Logan Paul, again, I have mentioned, like, what's his best match? Like, his match with Roman was really good. Cena, you know. You actually had some good matches, honestly. Very athletic individual. Oh, see, you're not really wrestling if you don't know every of his matches. I'm sorry, people have lives. Okay.
Probably the latter, the one of the latter matches. I think it was the Money in the Bank one when he had that crazy spot with
Listen,
who was it? Yeah, like we could pretend to care. Like I'd be Mark. It looks such a mark. I swear to God, these wrestling fans are so oh my God, they're irritating, man. Like imagine like them trying to argue with another normal person. It's just like you lose brain cells. And this is why I can't sympathize with modern wrestling fans or wrestling fans in general. Listen, you could be a wrestling fan, but be normal. Like, I love wrestling. I do. I just don't like what the current direction of wrestling nowadays. But I'm deep down a fan and I love it. You gotta be normal. You gotta be cool. You know what I mean? This is just being nerdy. That's it. This is just nerdy, weird bullshit, okay?
You're throwing yourself off to get a pop. Are you really a wrestler or are you there shucking and jiving?
I mean, was Shane McMahon shucking and jiving?
What is it?
His dad owns the company. He was shucking and jiving. Let's be real. Shane O'Mac, stop it. His dad owns the company. And I'm not saying Shane O'Mac is in my top five. He's sweaty. He's sweaty though.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. If throwing yourself to make a pop is shucking and jiving, I might shuck and jive.
Come on now, that we can agree on.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. So my second claim is that WWE picks the stars. The fan never chooses who gets over.
I mean, he honestly is not wrong with that. Maybe some exceptions, but at the same time, you know, guess what? When the fans pick the stars, I have seen this video, so I want to say this. When fans think they pick the stars, guess what happens when they pick the stars? They go back to being irrelevant, and they go back to being like, who the fuck really cares about those people? You know what I mean? Like, WWE gives people the crumb. Like, they give those people crumb to give them a little test. Like, okay, you really like this person? Let's see how they, you know, be as a main eventer. We saw that recently with Jey Uso. We saw that with Daniel Bryan. We saw that with Kofi Kingston, Big E, and all these wrestlers that were not hand-chosen people, right? Or even Punk and, you know, a lot of these indie wrestlers too. But guess what? They were not intriguing enough or good enough to be main event stars, to keep as main event stars. And then that's why they go back to being, you know, down. And the people that, you know, guys like Vince McMahon who have chosen Roman Reigns, they fail to want to give in and like let it happen because they don't like that, you know, they're the picked chosen guy. We want Bryan Daniels. We want Daniel Bryan, not Roman Reigns. That's just them being the dumb smarks that hate Roman Reigns because, you know, it was a cool thing to do. And it's also because, you know, back in the time, if you remember with the CM Punk, you know, shoot when he left WWE, you know, he hated Roman Reigns, or he didn't want, like, oh, you know, that they wanted to push the pretty boy Roman Reigns instead of me or Daniel Bryan. That inspired the Smarks to turn on Roman Reigns. Okay, it's all because, you know, Roman Reigns and all these guys like who were picked by WWE to be, you know, like champions and all that kind of shit. They resembled the bullies. They resembled, you know, men who look like men. That's the unfortunate reality, you know. And then a lot of these wrestling fans, let's be honest, the whole reason why these wrestling fans are a thing are, again, or they don't seem to want wrestling to be as big as it should be. It goes back to because of niche appeal, where they want wrestling to be like, this is ours. We don't want wrestling to be as big because, you know, we were bullied and we don't want our bullies to watch the shows anymore, because the bullies, they like D-Generation X. They like the Rocks and Austins. And we like boring fucks like Daniel Bryan and Dean Malenko and shit. Like these Smarks Logic, they think Dean Malenko should be the fucking world champion. There's a reason why Roman Reigns was handpicked and why he's loved now, because he was secretly really is the guy that should be the champion, because he had the talent. He did. It just a lot of Smarks didn't give it to. And it's a lot of the fans, if you really think about it, they were just, you know, forcefully themselves. They were forcing to believe themselves that, hey, Roman Reigns shouldn't be the top star because, you know, yeah, he's very green and shit. In reality, like, he's not that bad as people make him out to be. He was really, compared to a lot of people, is more of a star power. Obviously, the heel turn really helped his career. It was much more better for him to be a heel. And it goes to show that, hey, Vince McMahon was right to handpick him as the guy. The Smarks that they wanted, Daniel Bryan, Dolph Ziggler, all these midgets and all these people who are not stars, how did that turn out? They give them a chance and they sucked. And especially, it doesn't help that these fans turn on them, so. No.
I both agree and disagree for a few reasons. What's happening with Karrion Kross right now is a prime example of they need to listen to their audience of who they want this.
Okay, with Karrion Kross, okay. They're only reacting now when he's leaving. Where was this whole reaction before, though? You know, and I like Karrion Kross. I agree that Karrion Kross should be showcased, should have still be in the WWE. He's a guy that does have talent and that is failed to be showcased. But at the same time, you guys are not caring much to really, you know, want them to actually seemingly be still in the WWE. So what is that? Whose fault is it really?
Stars to be guys like CM Punk, right?
Ooh.
People cheered his name to the point where it was.
See, JT represents the casual viewer. No normal person really likes or cares about these indie jobbers. And it's not just supposed to be an insult, like when you're saying these are indie people. It's supposed to be an art. Like, again, the reason why we don't care about these indie people is because they have the indie mentality to not really be big stars. And the only reason why people like these people are because they're indie people, not because they're really entertaining. So, yeah. I'm going to go take a piss, and I'll be right back. I know, like, wow. It's kind of hard to definitely record this video. But I'll be back. Stay in. I'm back. I know it's kind of, you know, maybe a little unprofessional while, you know, taking a, you know, I can't pause, but hey, this is a long video to film, but whatever, it is what it is.
It was undeniable. You couldn't ignore it. They had to make him a star. So Yes, there are calls that management and
Like, okay, I like Punk. Don't get me wrong, I like CM Punk. The pipe bomb thing was fine, and sure, it got some people to be intrigued. But at the same time, was it really good long term? No, because if you remember when CM Punk had his long reign as champion, 434 days, ratings were heading low twos, right? And around that time, that's when WWE was really like struggling. If you really think about it, 2012 was like really a big downfall as well for WWE. And this is coming from a CM Punk fan. Really think about it, the reigns were not that great because again, he still appealed to the indie mindset, the indie mentality,
and people at the top, they see the money coming in for their guys that they picked.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're going to take the time to ignore the people that are making money organically, that are getting over on their own, you're just losing money. Like,
so here's where I will agree with, like, guys who have gone over, it is not right, gone over themselves. I do agree that this is the problem with professional wrestling. This has been a problem even when Vince was in charge, where people who have gone over by themselves, they don't always capitalize on it because they're not the handpicked guy. That goes for guys like Karrion Kross. That went for guys even like who got over. Some people will say Zack Ryder, but I really wasn't really a big fan of Zack Ryder or pretend to be, But there have been people that gone over themselves, but they have not been, pushed because of that. I'm trying to remember certain people. There were certain people that got over by themselves that were part of it, but they were pushed at the time. I mean Rusev, yeah, Rusev. Trying to remember certain people, but yeah, there has been people that gone over, like Rusev with Rusev Day. Cesaro, I would say, perhaps. But I guess Cesaro, to be fair, like, great wrestler, but can't talk. So that's a problem. There has been people. I will agree with that. It just, at the same time, for most cases, it's just they were not good, good enough. So, just how it is. But yeah, Karrion Kross is a modern example. So.
That's a bad business call, in my opinion.
I feel like this happens on the regular, though. I feel like, yeah. How many times, how many outrageous releases have we seen? Mm-hmm. I mean, not for nothing, they gave R-Truth his moment and really buried him. It wasn't. There was no like, oh yeah, they give you a little crumbs. They may give you a crumb, but they're not gonna unless they want you, unless you're one of Paul's guys or one of the guys in the back.
Yeah. Well, R-Truth got released, and look what happened. They bring him back, and they, fan reaction.
It's not happening. It never happens. The fan
and see how sad it is. R-Truth, who did got over. Actually, that's another thing. R-Truth got over actually because of that, but then they failed to utilize him because that was not. But you're watching the show, all part of the plan. Like, shut up, Triple H. You are a hypocrite. The fact that Triple H lied, man. He lied. He did not care really to want to have. That was not work at all. That if you think, R-Truth, his current position was a work, you're kidding yourselves. You're kidding yourselves. And they failed to utilize him.
And listen, how much outrage have we seen online? How much I see a lot of outrage,
Yeah, there's always an outrage. That's another thing too. Fans, let's be honest here, a lot of wrestling fans will be angry for no reason, even when they get what they want. I know people make it seem like, I'm outrage of a lot of things. That's because I do think modern wrestling is shit. But it's very hypocritical when you have wrestling fans that they want certain guys to be pushed. Like, for example, they want Cody Rhodes. They wanted Cody Rhodes to finish his story and whatever. And yet he got hit to finish the story. And guess what? Even now, there's wrestling fans that are tired of him. And you're gonna claim, it's because it's bad booking. It's not because he's a bad wrestler. Maybe because he's just fucking that boring, you retards. They'll turn him on they even turned on Kofi Kingston when he became champion. WWE gave him the crumb, and they got tired of him. So,
you know what I'm saying, and they don't care. They just pick who they want to pick.
I think they care when it's good for their wallets.
And why shouldn't
right?
they?
And that's at the end of the day, that's what they care about. So
Why-
for
it's
us to
like
say
every
that they don't
business.
care about the fans, they're trying to make the best products so that we buy more. The people
Like what makes people like what makes them care about their wallets is what the fans want. And really think about it, if the fans never really wanted, Rusev Day and like Karrion Cross, is it really that big of a deal when they get released? Because let's see, be honest here, the same people are still watching WWE. Karrion Cross, he left back in 2021 as well. They released him and then they bring him back. And if you guys really cared, he would be making money with his merchandise or whatever. It really is just a trend in the end of the day. It's just a trend for WWE fans to be angry at certain things. Okay, that's just what I think. That's what I have to say.
people that are getting themselves over, that are outselling everyone else in merch, they're typically getting those pushes. They're getting the top spot. Jey Uso on his own, they gave him that belt because he made himself. He got over with one word with the audience.
That's actually the only example of that. And how well did that pan out?
Pretty well. He ended up with the world
But
title.
guess what? The fans turn on him. The fans turn on him, though. So how does that help?
That championship reign pan out.
It doesn't matter the length of the reign.
Goodness.
He's still a top guy.
I mean, you guys like to pretend like, oh, people need to have long reigns to be good champs. So what's the fuck point? Yeah, I agree. Like, not everyone needs to have a long reign champion. I'm tired of WWE like always or modern wrestling. We have to have long reign champions always. But like, you guys still turn on Jey Uso. Right now, you have people turning on Jey Uso who are just winning the Battle Royal to face Punk at Saturday Night Main Event.
He's outselling everyone.
They gave him his crumb.
Really.
They gave him his little crumb. Yeah. All right, whatever. You're really not one of our guys, though. Back to our guy.
True.
Back to our guy, Gunther. Boom. And now what? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now we got our guy, Seth. Oh, yeah. We knew that. We knew that was coming. You know what I'm saying? Predictable. It's the same 4 fucking guys every fucking year. Or it's the same.
And those are not even like good guys. But it is pretty much favoritism, if we're be honest with ourselves at the end of the day. It's favoritism because like they're not even making money to, those people. They're just Triple H favorites.
Guys every year. God forbid we see, like I said, bro, R-Truth up before. God forbid we see a fucking R-Truth. God forbid we see, bro, when's the last time we had a black champion? When's the last time, you know what I'm saying?
I want to definitely say this, and I'm not trying to sound racist and whatever. I mean, to be honest with you, R-Truth, I'd rather him be one of the black champions than like a lot of wrestlers. But to be fair, let's be honest with ourselves. The reason why there hasn't been a black champion is because a lot of black wrestlers are just not that good. I'm sorry, I hate to say this. A lot of black wrestlers, or it depends on timing, and it depends on, there's guys like, again, Obafemi, I would say, is a great example who should be a black world champion, but he's on NXT. A lot of wrestlers, it depends on timing. I think, when people say Montez Ford or whatever should be world champion, I disagree. I don't understand the appeal for why people pretend the guy should be like a future world champion. I don't think he's that position that should be. If you ask me who should be a future black champion, obviously, if only Bobby Lashley was still in WWE, he should be one of, Booker T should have been WWE champion beforehand. I just think that, again, a lot of wrestlers nowadays who are black are just not as good as people who were back in the day. The only wrestlers I can see that should be world champions that are black, and it's going to happen in time, are guys like Obafemi and Trick Williams. Those are the only guys that can really buy in to see, like, hey, they could be future world champions and they happen to be black. But I don't want to see a guy to be champion just because he's black. You know what I mean? We need people who are entertaining. Booker T was entertaining. Compare him to, compare another black wrestler like Orlando Jordan to Booker T. Should we just push Orlando Jordan just because he's black? To be fair, a lot of wrestlers who are black in the WWE are just not entertaining or not main event caliber wrestlers that should be world champions. Okay? They're just not. And that's my opinion, and I think people will agree. And we should agree, no one should just be pushed because of their skin color. Just saying.
Like shit, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. They pick who they want, bro, and they ain't picking
That
the right
favoritism.
one.
I mean, I understand. I think the reason why they want Black World Champions is a lot of these people say it because it really is favoritism. You know, you have a black guy like him that wants a black champion, which okay, you know, a little representation, you know, diversity, sure. But at the same time, it should be like earned and like it should make sense, you know.
Oh yeah, I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime. You're going
That's like the
nowhere.
worst Macho
Machoverse, good
Man
to meet
impression.
Ben, plus music.
Now you left out a lot of important names. One being Stone Cold. Yeah, aha, we think alike.
But Stone
Now,
Cold, was already a guy that they wanted to push. And again, back in the day, there was no internet. Stone Cold was already a guy that they were okay pushing. But again, it's also because of Stone Cold's, you know, Stone Cold's ability that got him over himself also. And that's what led them to pick him. So it's blow both ways. He was what the company wanted. That's why they hired him. But then because he was actually that good, it all worked out. So you can't really say that, oh, it's because of the fans. It's because of Stone Cold.
He was a heel. Bret Hart was also a heel, but they started finding the cool heel.
Oh, it's buffering. God damn. Any minute now. Stupid fucking. Oh, man, not now.
The fans got behind Stone Cold, and that was it.
You got to look at the state of America in that time because this was more of an American-based production. If you look at the state of America in that time period, that was a time period of being a rebel was cool and all that shit was cool. So realistically, that was really just the company having to look at the times like, oh shit, we got to make a switch. We got to start making anti-heroes. You know what I'm saying? So that I think that was more with when Stone Cold and Bret Hart and DX getting over. That was America actually. I mean, not America, but that was the producers of WWE realizing, oh shit.
If we are to be honest with ourselves, it also goes back to good writing. We have to understand that back in the day, they had Vince Russo who wrote for the show. So it's really all good. It's about good writing. The reason why also people don't get over it, part of it is good writing. It is the lack of good writing too. But at the same time, a lot of these wrestlers are just not really entertaining as wrestlers. So, you know, that's a problem. But again, Stone Cold, you know, had a great mindset. He's a guy that belonged in the wrestling business. You know, he had the it factor. And Vince Russo, guys like Russo, who was able to write for them, and Brian Gewirtz. That's why he was able to be, you know, where he was. Because think about it, what back then, like even with Vince McMahon, he was like actually like fucking writing the ringmaster and shit like that. So that's the problem. So there you go. You know, it all goes back to good writing too. But yeah, Stone Cold, he had the it factor. Guys like, you know, who they gave the crumbs to did not necessarily have the it factor. And look how did that turn out. They were not really entertaining because it's also part of it, like they just weren't entertaining themselves.
No, hold on a second. This fucking all-American Wonder Boy character at the time. You know what I'm saying? This is when Nirvana was his hottest. Being a dirtbag was lit.
It still is today.
Light my candles in a daze because I found God.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
well, Stone Cold is not getting over though as the ringmaster with someone speaking for him. The fans spoke for him, and then they let him do his thing and run wild. And I got one more for you. Daniel Bryan, the Yes Movement. Okay,
Daniel Bryan is
WrestleMania 30. I just got back into wrestling 2014, right? But
freaking Daniel Bryan. This is a quote of the left Smark Buster, or I think the Smark Busters in general. Daniel Bryan did not create stars; he elevated jobbers. Okay. When you started pushing, you know, these vanilla midget indie guys like Daniel Bryan, you don't buy into care, okay? Because it's like, what if he can do it, so can I. You know, look how that turned out. when you started pushing these indie guys, the ratings started to go down. Okay, and Daniel Bryan. What was good about Daniel Bryan? The guy literally was not this great wrestler as people pretend he is. All he did was fucking kicks. Okay, and he had no actual character that people could buy on. His character that he was just saying yes. And no. His character was being a crybaby bitch. And that's a cool than Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Batista wins, and everyone's like, "Oh, Batista again!" But the fans,
Batista. This is the problem with these Smarks. They didn't like guys like Batista who looked like a wrestler and a badass. And they're like, because they wanted, we need someone like us. We want someone like us, even though, listen, when I'm watching wrestling, I want to watch wrestling, for people who are not like me, who are not fucking everyday people. I want people who are larger in life characters that look like badasses to take me away from the real world to be excited about and like, wow, that's cool. Unfortunately, wrestling is not that. Wrestling is just a lot of these people you can like relate to them, and that's not something that necessarily really buys into you. That was the beauty of guys when you watch wrestling back in the day. That was the beauty of it. You were like, wow, imagine if my life were like that.
got behind Daniel Bryan. They kept chanting his name, and look at that.
Weirdos.
They had the Daniel Bryan movement. They weaseled him into the main event.
It was a fake movement. But at the same time, yeah, these fucking Smarks that freaking, complained and whatever. They want to give that little crumb, and look what happened. It was that effect where it ruined the wrestling business. It ruined WrestleMania, if anything. And I don't get me wrong, I freaking bought it in at that time. I didn't hate Daniel Bryan. And I was like, okay, you know what? Sure, give him a chance. Guess what? You gave him the chance, and it ended up ruining the show. Don't get me wrong. At that time, I was young. I didn't hate Daniel Bryan. I kind of understand why people liked him, because he was that kind of guy. Like, yeah, sure, kept being like, but through bullshit, you kind of root for him, that underdog. But that shit goes on so much. But again, it gone to the point that these fans will always cry. They always cried if someone that's not Daniel Bryan win. And that was so annoying. That's what turned me off from being like a Bryan fan, if I remembered. So,
way, and he actually won.
And that shit was ass.
What the
That shit was ass, bro.
These
That
Smarks
shit
are
was
mad.
ass. I don't like. I'm gonna be honest with you, Daniel. The whole Daniel Bryan thing, I never was able to get behind. I don't know. I do not understand.
I had
the character.
friends that like even agree with that shit too. Like they couldn't believe. I remember at WrestleMania 30, when I was watching WrestleMania 30 live at my home, I had few people came over and they couldn't believe, like, why is people want to like cheer for this guy? And I at the time I didn't hate it. I was like, because people liked him. Yeah, but they were like confused, that they like, why did people like Daniel Bryan? Man, were they pissed when Bryan beat Batista, because they all wanted like Batista and shit. It was like, I love Batista too, but I think like it was like Bryan's time. That's where at the time I remember like Batista should have like returned next year. That we could have gotten Batista versus Lesnar WrestleMania 31 instead of like maybe Reigns and shit. And then you could have had the moment with Bryan. But at the same time, look what happened with Daniel Bryan. Daniel Bryan at that time, honestly, looking back at it, very overrated. And just a Benoit wannabe, if you think about it. Like, literally, they kind of ripped off the whole Benoit shit. And it was so ridiculous.
Character, was he a crazy white boy? What was he? I have no idea.
Yeah, he was a guy that's kind of like a goat. Yeah, he was a crazy white boy against authority, another rebel like Steve Austin. Yeah.
How was he a rebel? Like the rebel, him being a rebel. He's just yes, Stone Cold. He freaking looked the part. He looked like a badass. He kicked people's ass. He fucking stunned the boss. That's actually cool. Daniel Bryan having a bunch of neckbeards coming into the ring was not cool. Okay? And it's not like he fucking did anything like Austin shit to make you care about him. He did just nerdy shit and complained like a fucking goddamn crybaby.
I don't know if I could say him a rebel. He was just a weirdo just screaming no. He was a weirdo screaming no. And then he started screaming yes.
Is JT wrong?
And then that was it. There was no like real specialness behind the character. There was nothing that was like, ooh. There was nothing that made me wow. Like I said, I can go to LA Knight. LA Knight be talking that shit. LA Knight,
Yeah.
really
LA Knight's much
LA
better
Knight,
than
will
Daniel
get,
Bryan.
LA Knight will make you actually like could probably break a character and make him probably off camera like, yo, what the fuck you said? What the fuck you talking about?
You know who also said yes? The Macho Man. Ooh, yeah, and he was the most over ever.
He's lit.
There we go.
He's lit.
Yeah.
He's
I
lit.
agree with you
Macho
guys.
Macho Man, larger than life character. That's why you have that guy impersonate him. And it's a darn shame that Macho is gone. People know, again, this is the problem with wrestling. You know, people know Macho Man Randy Savage is and want to portray as him. Who the fuck's going to go out there and portray as Daniel Bryan? Okay?
Playing off what Macho just said, I think the biggest thing that's being missed about the Stone Cold was Stone Cold wasn't picked. Most of the guys that you were going to name in the history of WWE were not picked.
How guys, Stone Cold wasn't picked? He was picked at that time. They were grooming him to be the next star. It's just the problem is the character didn't fit. So what do you mean he wasn't picked? When you have a wrestler called the Ringmaster, and he was associated with Ted DiBiase, he was clearly was picked and actually liked. Okay, it's just the character wasn't clicking. Same thing with if anything Roman Reigns. Like this also goes back to Roman Reigns. He was picked to be. They wanted him to be a star in the future. It's just obviously the fans didn't give into it, and part of it was also Roman like being a little green at the time. It just took the proper timing and also proper creative idea to work, and that's why they are where they are today. Roman Reigns has become a way bigger star, and Stone Cold is what he is today because of the big star. And that's why people love him. And that's why you have people that would actually fucking cosplay as them. And they were picked. So you can't say... Like, the people who WWE give the crumbs to, they gave it to Bryan and Punk. And, like, sure, you have people that will, like, dress up as, you know, with a Punk shirt and, like, a Bryan shirt. But, like, that's it. You know? Oh, you think people will know, oh, this is Daniel Bryan. It's like, who's this guy? Normal person would be like, wait, who's this guy with this weird shirt that I don't know of? When they see, you know, because at least when you have like a guy like a John Cena, Stone Cold, The Rock, Triple H, even The Undertaker, Kane, you know, they have an identifiable look. Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, they have an identifiable look. A lot of these wrestlers don't. So... And those are the guys that have a crumb. Like, do we see people like Kofi Kingston have a signature look that people will cosplay as? You know? And this goes back to like when we're talking about the crumbs, like how supposedly WWE did not pick these people.
That were picked. Do you remember when Drew McIntyre was originally picked by Vince McMahon to be his next guy? What happened? Kicked him out of the company. Roman Reigns was hands.
Again, it goes back to like they were picked. They were loved. It depending on the creative ideas and also the effort. Back then, the problem with Drew McIntyre is that he didn't really have a lot of muscle, and at the same time, he had like a bunch of bullshit at the time that prevented him. Like he like backstage, he had like drug problems and shit like that. He fixed himself out, became a much more bigger, tougher dude, and that helped him. You know, sometimes like you could be picked. It just takes time and also the create mindset to have to help you. So you can't just say that, oh, they weren't picked. Well, they were picked, and guess what? It just take time. And guess what? Drew McIntyre right now is arguably like one of the only top few people that WWE has that people like. Well, or like people like can buy into, like, yeah, this is a wrestler. And this is coming from a guy who hated McIntyre, who hated him being Brock Lesnar. Because, listen, I do respect McIntyre, and I do like McIntyre. I think McIntyre has gotten better, and I do think his heel run currently is good. The problem is that WWE, when they brought him back originally, they still hadn't loosed the jobbers, which is a problem. So that's my problem. And when you have the reputation of being part of 3MB, that will affect you. So. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why people they wanted McIntyre, because he had it.
Selected to be the next guy for the Anoa'i family, and every single fan rejected him.
They rejected him because the fucking Smarks. They didn't like that, you know, he was the handpicked guy. They didn't like that he was going to be the next Cena. And this is all because of CM Punk too, because, you know, they want to listen to lovable Punk, and they're so in love with Daniel Bryan, that's why they're gonna turn on him. That's why. It's because the crybaby bitches want to fucking, again, back when now we have the Cody crybabies. Back then, we're the Daniel Bryan crybabies. So
TV and they do it his way, and the fans go, "That's what we always wanted." But talking about Stone Cold Steve Austin, he won that King of the Ring. What did he do after he won that King of the Ring?
Talk that shit.
Do that Austin 316 promo. Do you even know he wasn't even supposed to win that King of the Ring? It was all an accidental situation. The fans go, "I really like that guy." You remember his counterpart, Rock?
Mm-hmm.
He was picked, and what happened? What did the fans say?
They ain't fucking
Screw that guy. Die, Rocky, die.
But that was more of a creative thing than it was. That was more of a.
But who's creative?
What do you mean?
Who's creative?
Okay, so the wrestler comes with his gimmick, or he comes with an idea, and then the producers.
But he came in as somebody's son. His gimmick was given to him by the company that chose him to be that guy.
And he never, and technically never really went far from that gimmick. Just outside of
far from that gimmick, he joined the Nation of Domination, became completely different than that guy wearing. He was wearing what Macho Man's wearing. Like over there.
But he was still always known as, no matter what, he was always still known as Rocky Johnson's son.
Yeah.
He was always known as Rocky Johnson's son.
Until what?
No, forever, still to this day. Like, bro, the bloodline, the bloodline story right now. The bloodline story right now. Get the fuck out of here.
Wait. Hold on. Is Roman Reigns just Sika's son?
No. He's the tribal chief.
Okay, but
I understand.
The story of the bloodline is about the family. So
Usos just Rikishi's twins?
Yes.
To be fair, yes. Yes.
They're all products. They are all products of the Johnson and OI clan, bro. That's it. Bong right there. They are literally all products.
There used to be this guy, right? He had a gimmick where he had spoken a Jamaican accent, right? Kofi Kingston. They did not want that guy to get anywhere near where he got, just like we said with Daniel Bryan previously. We had Kofi Mania be even bigger than the Daniel Bryan.
We had to damn near threaten the company to stop watching. We had to threaten the company of racism to fucking finally put the motherfucker over, bro.
So you just made the point for me. I like to appreciate
They only did that. First of all, they were not pushing Kofi. At the time, they were supposedly going to push Mustafa Ali, which I don't know why the fuck they would do that. The only reason why they gave Kofi the chance because of that, and not only that, they gave him a chance. They had no direction at the time. They really had no direction at the time. That was during the time when people actually were not even liking WWE. 2019 was actually very, very bad year for WWE also. And that was, again, ironically, the same year the women main evented WrestleMania. They gave him the chance, and look what happened. Like, Kofi Kingston was even turned by the fans. But then, and guess what? He went back to being he was that crumb that JT was talking about. He was that crumb that WWE gave. And guess what? People didn't care. That was at the time the ratings were going down too. So was it worth it having fucking Kofi becoming this Kofi Mania ship happening? Because guess what? Kofi Mania did not help the ratings. It fucking killed it, if anything.
Shut up. My next claim is fans pop louder for the entrances and the catchphrases than the actual in-ring work.
I'll cash in the contract, guys.
I mean, be fair. Wrestling is about moments, you know. You kind of need that type of stuff to get over. But at the same time, when wrestlers when supposedly, the wrestler's supposed to be known as this great wrestler, but yet they don't like their match or seem to care about him. Like, is he really a great wrestler? Just what I mean. You know what I mean? To be fair, like, catchphrases and entrances help make a wrestler. It's about the overall presentation, right? But again, if this guy is not really a great wrestler or can't really talk for shit, like, what's that? To be fair, like, that's what a lot of wrestlers are now. That they have a fancy entrance. They'll have a catchphrase. Like, you have Cody Rhodes, like, what do you like to talk about? And then does his fancy entrance. Is he really that good just because of that? All he is his entrance. So to be fair, I get what JT is saying, but to be fair, that has always been a thing where catchphrases and entrances does make a wrestler. Like you look at Austin, look at Hogan, Taker, Taker rest in peace with his gothic entrance and shit, right? But again, what makes those people go over is because of their character. You need character to get over. If you don't have character and you're fucking just a guy who has a fancy entrance and a catchphrase just that you got lucky to come up with, it's not enough to really get you over. And that's what happened with Jey Uso. And guess what? The company and even like the fans turned on him. So he's not entirely wrong. You kind of need everything, though. You need everything. You need the it factor.
I will argue the fact that, yes, do fans pop for entrance music? Yeah.
Okay.
Do they pop for entrance music more often than they pop for the actual in-ring performances? Yes. Are there some entrances like perhaps Judas by Fozzy and Chris Jericho where they sang him to the ring when he didn't actually play his music? Ooh, yeah.
Okay.
But if we popped for every single in-ring performance ever, it wouldn't be special. We wouldn't have the John Cena's versus the CM Punks at Money in the Bank and that atmosphere at the Allstate Arena in Chicago, Illinois. We wouldn't have, arguably, the entire card at All In Dallas, Texas a few weeks ago at Globe Life Field.
Okay.
I would argue the fact that even New Japan Pro Wrestling...
Okay, we're getting very dirty with this. Look at The Rock versus Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 18. That itself is a perfect example of how everything matters. It's not just because of their entrance, not just because of their catchphrases, it's because of their overall it factor. Though that's a match right there where everyone reacts to it. But if anything, you need everyone to react to everything because that's where it matters. And that themselves is a big moment. That makes moments. Wrestling's about moments, man. Not about like really so much about in-ring shit. It's not, but again, whenever I talk about like the in-ring quality stuff, it's like usually because of these fucking wrestling fans. They want to act like these wrestlers are so much better now than before, but in reality, these wrestlers can't fucking do a headlock or can't even do a wrestling move. They just can't do kicks and flips because they have muscle and shit. So it's all about the moments, bro.
Wrestling and the way they are disciplined and just clap for even the most basic submission holds. That's what makes it special. And if we popped for every single moment that there is, whether it's WWE, New Japan, AEW, TNA, the list goes on and on and on.
Okay.
It wouldn't be as special. It's just like anything else in life. The greatest moments in life.
If you think about every match, a lot of matches in the Attitude Era had people react because people cared. So that is easily refutable. People cared about these matches in the Attitude Era Raw. Every match, people react and shit, and they felt so big. And if anything, felt much more bigger than a WrestleMania. So I don't know what to tell you.
And the wrestlers have to earn the biggest pops in their matches.
Okay. So I'm gonna piss you off. I want to piss y'all off rip. Do anyone pop when the Chinese Basketball Association has a triple double? No, because no one cares. The only thing that really matters is the WWE, and that's the one that's realistic. Like, don't get me wrong, AEW's cool, but that's the minors. That's the minor leagues, bro. If you look at it like how I look at it, it's the minor leagues, and my supporting example, so that's cool. All right, fine. If you like, just really into wrestling, that's cool. But the mainstream, the thing that really matters, unfortunately, sorry to break it to you, is WWE. And my prime example behind that is Jey Uso. Because my man, I'm not gonna lie, my are two main card from his entrance. It ain't from the in-ring work. And this is no disrespect. I'm a fan of what you do as a whole. But when we break it down and really start, breaking it down and looking at the small little hairs, hey, bro, your in-ring work, all you're really known for is super kicks and splashes. What else? If everything else has to do with the entrance and the swag, nothing else.
That's why it's called sports entertainment, my friend.
Well, now you guys care about sports entertainment. Now you guys care about sports entertainment. So now you care about it. Why does it matter that, what's the best Logan Paul match and whatever? Now you guys are using that idea because you guys would crap on Roman Reigns for being like, oh, he's not the greatest wrestler, even though he does more wrestling moves than the Daniel Bryan. John Cena, 5 moves of doom, right? But then you guys hate on that. You guys hate a lot of wrestlers about 5 moves of doom and those bullshit. Now that doesn't matter, but apparently now character matters. So what is it then? Make up your minds.
There are the Bryan Danielsons. There are the AJ Styles of the world that give us 5-star classics night in and night out. That is a heel take.
I agree. Trash. And that's a heel. How is that heel take? It's real.
That is a heel take. Then there are the Jey Usos.
Like, that's a real take. Just because 5-star. I hate that people pretend these matches are 5 stars. Do we remember these matches? No match, if you really think about it, are 5-star matches anymore, unless you actually remember these matches from a few months from now, or even for years from now. I don't think I can remember an AJ Styles match right now. Maybe the Cena match from recently, but that's because of Cena and shit, right? Okay, I don't even remember really a recent Daniel Bryan match that I would care for, aside from maybe him versus John Cena. But again, for a person that people think that John Cena is like the worst wrestler of all time, he damn sure has matches that people remembered. John Cena, or I'm trying to say, like, okay, Daniel Bryan and AJ Styles, like, they're 5-star bangers. Okay, are we gonna remember these matches? How are they really 5-star bangers when people don't remember? Like, 5-star matches are matches that you will remember in like for years. And they would be they'll be remembered for years, and they had great stories and characters. Okay, matches like Taker versus Michaels, both WrestleMania matches. Heck, their Hell in a Cell match. The Rock versus Stone Cold Steve Austin in their WrestleMania matches, and even their match I remember in Backlash. Triple H versus The Rock, the Iron Man match. Hogan and The Rock, man. Stone Cold versus Bret Hart. A lot of these matches, man. A lot of those matches. Those are 5 stars. Those are 5 stars if you really think about it. Those are memorable. I'm not gonna remember a fucking Daniel Bryan versus Okada match. Okay? I don't care how many fucking drop kicks and shit, or how many stupid dangerous moves they do. When they could barely lift each other. I'm not gonna care. So I'm not gonna care that AJ Styles can fucking do or stick some fucking guy's fucking face in his fucking balls. I'm not gonna care. I'm gonna care about the moments.
Those that are there to entertain us. Yeet. 4 letters. One word.
I will say that fans are the pick of the litter. Nick Aldis over here said before that people will cheer for your in-ring and your out of ring or your promos. It's sports entertainment. So to say that people don't pop for in-ring, for every Bret Hart, there's going to be a Stone Cold. 5 moves of doom, and that's okay too. But I pop for Zack Sabre Jr., and not everyone is going to. Because rest holds, you can't chant a rest hold, but you can say his name and he appears. You remember, yeet. You remember those names, and those are hand in hand because, like you said, to your own.
Okay, you can like a Zack Sabre Jr., but you have to understand that doesn't make fucking money and mean they're actual stars, okay? They're not over. Listen, what matters is character and story, and actually knowing how to do psychology. A lot of these wrestlers in the indies don't do that, so it's all about the total package. So,
on point, if Jey Uso was only going to be remembered for his super kicks, but you remember him.
I don't remember. Listen, he's known for 3 moves. Listen, at the end of the day, let's bring it to one of the real GOATs, Shawn Michaels. He's known.
When we go back, remember. Okay, you may remember Jey Uso, but you're gonna remember him as a guy that you couldn't remember. Until Until the Bloodline. I mean, sure, you'll remember him, but he's not gonna be remembered as a Stone Cold and freaking Austin. He's not gonna remember as a Stone Cold Hogan and shit. So we remember okay, he's a mid card at best. That's it.
He's known for putting on that story in the ring, and that's the thing. That's wrestling is more than just pro wrestling is more than just, like I said, being a one-trick pony. You have to be a star. You have to fill every facet of it. Listen, The Rock wasn't the greatest in ring, but he somehow.
I disagree. JT, you don't need to obey to these people to act like you gotta pretend to care. He's not a 5-star bang. No, The Rock is a great wrestler. I hate that this idea that oh, they only have 5 moves. A lot of these wrestlers back in the day didn't really do much or whatever. They didn't need to. If anything, because they were able to get you care for the match and they had to have psychology, that makes them a good wrestler. The Rock, I'm sorry, he is a great wrestler. He is. If anything, much more a better wrestler than Daniel Bryan, fucking Zack Sabre Jr. I don't care what fucking gay move that Zack Sabre Jr. does, what kind of gay submission, fucking gay porno shit he does. The Rock can actually fucking do a fucking move. A lot of these fucking wrestlers don't only have to do fucking a goddamn headlock, for God's sakes.
With his not great in-ring abilities, knew how to put on a performance with psychology and everything else. So with that being said, people get excited about the shiny thing, and that's all it really is. People care about the shiny thing. I think honestly that, not to say that the fan base is becoming brainless, but they're kind of just getting caught up in the hype more than the actual work.
I will say to that sounds like a very WWE centric product, because there are
I said that before. That's all that matters.
I mean, that's not the case, because AEW is putting up numbers. So is TNA. And
what numbers? What numbers? No one's fucking watching AEW. AEW is like the lowest rated freaking. No one's watching it. No one's watching even TNA. WWE represents what wrestling is. It's the number one promotion. Okay. And guess what? People are watching it less. You think people are going to watch AEW? And especially it doesn't help when you have people, even AEW fans, are not even watching AEW anymore. So you can't just say that. Stop lying. This is unfortunate. That was the Smarky mentality to just defend their beautiful fucking modern wrestling garbage.
You like TNA or not, they refuse to die and they're still here. So are places like MLW, CMMLL, New Japan. People are having their horizons
smart.
If we're going back to WWE, if those are the people that matter.
Yeah, TNA refused to die. I mean, you just won't die, won't you? What are you, Michael fucking Myers? I always say that about TNA. It is funny that TNA has been around for a long time. But again, WWE doesn't even give a fuck about them. That's they don't even view them as competition. That's why they're fucking working with them, because they know that they can compete. So that's it.
Then why do we still talk about Bret Hart, Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko? These were people who were putting on.
No one's talking about Perry Saturn, Dean Malenko. What are you talking about? People are talking about Bret Hart because he actually is the excellence of execution, and the guy's actually the guy is memorable for a reason. So you should only just really mention Bret Hart, because Bret Hart actually had, he had it all. Except really much of the talking standpoint. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Bret Hart, but he wasn't really as big a star or, was great in terms of my skill wise or character wise, But he was good enough, and he will be remembered more than freaking a lot of these boring ass wrestlers. That's for sure. He had more. Definitely, Bret Hart had psychology. Bret Hart, the excellence of execution, one of the best in-ring performers ever. So.
Classics, putting on wrestled, but people say that's boring, but then you want to bring it up for in-ring psychology. I feel like you can't have it both ways, and when you do, it's not WWE.
You can.
I won't disagree.
You can't have it both ways.
That the fans will pop for entrances and catchphrases, but that's kind of half of what makes wrestling. You go because you're invested in the characters you can connect to.
It just gotta make
right. You're going because while the hype is there, that's the setup for the in-ring, right? I wouldn't go if it was just the entrances and the catchphrases. That's part of the culture. That's part of what makes us care. I care way more about the quality of an in-ring match.
I mean, then why do they do press conference? Because if that's the case, then why are you going to press conferences? That's become a thing because, that has become a thing because, again, WWE's doing press conferences now, and you guys are going for it. So what are you talking about? You fans are going to it.
match than if a guy can say one word really well and the entire audience will cheer it.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So when it comes to the audience cheers louder for those things, it's because they're excited to see what they do in the ring. And then if they can warrant that response from the in-ring work, then we got some superstars. We got some megastars.
My thing is, if we bring it back to the ruthless aggression era, you had mid-carders like Eddie Guerrero, mid-carders like Rey Mysterio, mid-carders like John Cena at the time that had all three facets of it. You had a young man as like Randy Orton coming in, 23 years old, had the whole package off rip. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Orton's very overrated, but hey, I mean, Orton's so much better than a lot of these indie guys. So
I said once more is to type, go back to my original point. You had mid-carders with that. We got main eventers that are one-trick ponies at the moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like I said, I'm looking at what I'm looking at. I'm always gonna say that the one era is better than the other because there's one-trick ponies that's the top of the chain right now. You know what I mean? There's a few wrestlers with all three facets. You know what I'm saying? Like far and few in between. They're all mid and they're all top guys by all means, but it's very, very far and few in between.
It has evolved.
That's why, like, again, when you see like Drew McIntyre and Roman Reigns and them, like those are the people that actually like have something to offer, and that's why they're in the top. But those are the only guys there. The only ones that are not, aside from them, are the part-timers and the legends that you bring back here and there. A lot of them, if you really think about it, most of the wrestlers nowadays don't really have the it factor. So just really and that's why people don't watch anymore.
Because people want a good show, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Athletics, if you want to go to AEW for the Athletics, they're stacking the cards with 14 matches, right? WWE is now focused on entertainment. It's in the name.
Mm-hmm.
People want to be entertained. They're not exactly wrestling purists.
Professional wrestling has always been an entertainment. It's a form of entertainment. It's supposed to be about both,
Which there are plenty of wrestling purists that are also WWE fans,
mm-hmm.
but it has become more about the energy surrounding the crowd and the people that make the wrestling happen than the wrestling itself.
Okay, this is cringe. I want to also go back to the whole AEW thing. The idea that AEW having 14 matches is ridiculous. WWE having 5 matches is ridiculous. There's got to be a perfect match. Every match doesn't need to be long. Every match doesn't need to be 5 stars. It needs a serve a point. Not every match need to be fucking long. You can actually look at pay-per-views back in the day. There were pay-per-views that had 7-8 matches, and then 3-hour format. It's all about time limits and how you book the shows and whatever. We need more of that. Unfortunately, WWE doesn't really do that anymore, and modern wrestling is lacking that. So that's need to fix.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Cena is cashing in his Money in the Bank contract.
Cringe. My eyes.
This is awesome. This is awesome. This is awesome.
My next claim is wrestling was better when it was messy. The Attitude Era was its peak. I'm ready to chop this one.
I'm gonna agree with you. Attitude Era was one of the best eras out
It's an
there.
automatic dub.
However, times change. Right.
So what times change? Does that mean that times change? We should eat shit? Times change, right? Does that mean we should eat shit? So this is unfortunately her way to try to defend modern WWE. Like, times change. I hate when people say that. Just because times change doesn't mean something is not good. It was when good shit is good shit. Okay? Like, a good movie is a good movie. What? Because times change, because the world's gotten soft, that movie's no longer good anymore? Because we have seen that in the world, and that's unfortunately part of the problem of the modern world. That's not just the modern wrestling, it's the modern world. The way our culture is now, unfortunately, our society is, that's why you have these dumb people saying dumb shit. So
right now, we are in a time where the women are literally making their point
For
and
what?
standing their ground.
Okay. And guess what? I'm not trying to sound sexist, but do we not know when the ratings started to go down? It was because the women were actually being women showcased. Listen, this is not trying to be sexist, right? But ever since WWE started showcasing the women in the main events of Raws and having women's wrestling supposedly try to pretend it's mattered and all that kind of shit. Like, listen, I'm not saying that women should not be wrestling or whatever, okay? But the reality is they don't draw. They don't draw in ratings. No one really cares about women's goddamn wrestling, okay? I'm not saying the women are not athletic and they shouldn't be. It just would be nice that, hey, we gotta stop retaining they're the main event. They're not. They are literally still the side act. They are no different than the WNBA. Okay? No one fucking watches or cares about the WNBA. They do now because of the baddies that are in the WNBA. And that's the only reason why people will care about women's wrestling. Because of the fucking baddies. Okay? If you want to make people care about women's goddamn wrestling, look what they did in the Attitude Era. That's when people care about women's goddamn wrestling. Even Rules Aggression Era, where it's not just about hot shit, it was about, hot women wrestling too. It was a perfect mix of both in anything Rules Aggression Era. Why not have hot women do hot shit and, be great wrestlers too, but not act like they're the main event, They don't need to be the main event. Like, know your role, but be good at that. Be a good little side act, the constant trying to if the men do it, women could do it too. The whole feminist bullshit has killed WWE, has killed wrestling, because guess what? It has made the ratings gone down because no one wants to see that. And that's not being sexist. It's just the truth, especially how you show and again, it's not good for them because they're getting hurt.
So right now, the women are at its peak is what people tune in for.
That I agree
People
with.
People are not watching WWE because of the women. Okay, they're not watching. You have lost your viewership because of the rating. If that's the case, why are WWE having low ratings? And come on, JT, man, you know this is all cap. You're just trying to pretend, I see you, bro. I'm sorry, you're not trying to be sexist. I see, but I know you, bro. I know who you really are. I know what you're all about. You know that women, sure, the women, they be baddies and shit, but the reality is, no one's gonna fucking watch that shit, I
have the Bianca Belairs. We have the Rhea Ripley. We have people coming from New Japan and Mexico. We got Stephanie Vaquer. We have Julia. We have all these women in NXT. We have these people shining on TNA and in AEW. You got Mercedes Moné with the most titles right now.
Yeah, being a mark for herself, and Tony Khan, being basically a beta male for that bitch. That's what Tony Khan is doing. Okay, she's not. It's just fake record because she has fucking creative control. And what an ego-driven bitch that is. Like, holy shit.
Every promotion there is. That being said, yes, Attitude Era, it was amazing. I'm an Attitude Era's kid, hands down.
I just also don't get it. Let me just say this. How do you go from being an Attitude Era fan, but being a fucking fan of modern shit and acting is better? I just think that this is also because, unfortunately, how society has gotten so bad, where we're conditioned, to hey, you shouldn't feel this way. You're a sexist or a bigot to feel like this is good or whatever. That goes back to how bad society is. It influences these people to have to change. They're forcefully had to change their opinion, and that's sad.
But we right now in a new evolution to where we here to see the women, and the women are gonna sit here shine. And this is why wrestling is at its peak right now.
What peak? What peak? No one's watching.
These women are doing what they got to do.
Well, way to ruin one of my arguments.
Period.
It's not a way to, no, bro. You come on. Your argument can't be defended. Don't worry, bro. I see what you're trying to do. You're not trying to defend the women. I got you, bro.
I agree with you completely. All jokes aside, my girl watches me, watch the women, and I feel in the back of my head she thinks it might be some funny shit, but I'm like, nah, yo, ain't a motherfucker on the roster can do what Io Sky does in that ring. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I'm here with you.
I'm not saying that women are not athletic, and it's a good thing to be athletic, right? But there's no market No one's gonna really care. It's just, it's literally equivalent to the WNBA. And let's be honest here, and I'm sorry, like anyone could do a moonsault, okay? Anyone could do a fucking moonsault in the WWE if the men can do it. Okay? You can't just say, oh no, or who the hell can do a move like Io Sky? Okay, you have all these midgets in the WWE that can do the moonsault. Okay? You have Akira Tozawa who could do a moonsault. What makes him, how is Io Sky different? Just because she's a woman? It also goes back to this whole feminist shit. So,
but back to the Attitude Era, because I understand you.
Okay, let's be honest. This is simp culture. This is unfortunate with simp. Like simps are pretending that women's wrestling is good just because they want to get laid. That's it. That's all it is.
It's different times and things are changing. I understand that, but at the same time, entertainment's always been entertainment.
Right.
What's funny has always been funny. Step Brothers was funny in 06,
Just like
and it's still funny.
Like what I said, a movie is good no matter what the times are. We can't just pretend something is not because it's offensive to this stupid woke world we live in.
In 2025, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, and it kind of goes into another, kind of thing I had to say. Triple H can never be the Booker Vince did because Vince was ruthless. Vince, do you have beef with someone in real life? And he's gonna put y'all on camera, and that's gonna invoke real emotion. That's gonna invoke real reactions. Like, yo, listen, when Edge and Matt Hardy was beefing, I don't give a fuck what no one says. Nothing on TV was better than that. And that's not even Attitude, but that.
But that also was not.
He just said that's not Attitude, but again, he said when wrestling was messy, that's when it was great. So what's the fucking difference? Like, who cares?
All right, fine. Motherfuckers' caskets was getting dragged out at the funeral.
You're right. That was Attitude Era.
Crazy.
And you need that.
We had brought it down to the entertainment value of it. Granted, the women were not. They were more the centerfolds. They were the bathroom breaks of the Attitude Era. Well, of course.
And there's still the bathroom breaks now. There's still the, hey, let's turn on the TV show. Let's turn off the TV show early roll. Let's freaking, miss Raw 30 minutes early roll. Like, because they're going to open the show. They are still that. They're still that, like it or not. It's just, if anything, people would rather probably see the women in the past because they actually knew their role and they were much more attractive. Let's be honest here. Sex still sells to this day, I mean, I do think the world is so overly sexual, but at the same time, they knew what the fuck to do.
I grew up on Rock, Stone Cold, Triple H. Everybody was doing things, blackface, everything that would not have been.
I loved it.
Everything that would not have
Black
been.
I said it, man. He loved it.
Appreciated or even allowed today.
Mom, nigga.
But again, if you want to talk about the Attitude Era being WWE's peak in wrestling, then you're going to have to broaden your horizons because as you like.
That's just dumb fucking smarky argument shit just to try to defend your garbage product. If it was good, people would watch. People are not watching, man. I'm watching Raw again. I'm watching WWE. I freaking. It's hard for me to watch, man. I'm freaking trying to watch these shows when I have the time, even though with my busy life, man. I'm trying to watch these shows, or I just purposely would fucking have it in the background and just do other shit. It's not watchable. It's not making me treat to stay I have to move on to do other shit. Because I can't actively stay to glue my eyes on it because I would fucking fall asleep.
Like I said earlier, and I would die on this hill. If not for that women's evolution, if not for that women's pay-per-view, if not for what the women are doing now, we wouldn't have that. So right now, we're at its peak.
She spun me. Y'all, she's spinning me.
Absolutely disagree. Because as she was saying, times change and things have to evolve and stuff, and I feel like wrestling is supposed to be a universal thing that all walks of life can enjoy no matter where you're from. And I feel like the Attitude Era, again, this is very prevalent on the time period. Someone sits down today, watches the Attitude Era, I feel like a lot of it can't be enjoyed from a universal standpoint. This is a really hot take, but I think the wrestlers of today can go far better in ring than a lot of the Attitude Era guys.
Why? Because they can do kicks and flips? What is that why? All these wrestlers don't even have in-ring psychology. They're not. I hate this idea that people act like today's wrestling is better than the Attitude Era wrestlers or wrestlers of the past. These wrestlers can't even do a fucking headlock. Okay? These wrestlers can't even fucking punch for shit. They have no psychology. If the wrestlers better now, how come they can't fucking throw a punch? A lot of these wrestlers don't know how to throw a fucking punch. They don't punch their ways like Rock and Austin. They knew how to throw a punch. Okay? These wrestlers, they just do gay punches. Like Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Fight forever! This is awesome! How is that exciting? These wrestlers can't even fucking punch, for God's sakes. And the wrestling's better now. A lot of these wrestlers don't even do wrestling moves. So how is the wrestling better now when a lot of these wrestlers don't even do wrestling moves? It's not like these wrestlers are amateur wrestlers or based on amateur wrestlers. They're not doing suplexes and wrestling moves. So how is it better? Back in the day, you had wrestlers that did wrestling moves, knew how to punch. They actually did headlocks. They knew how to fucking tell a story, had psychology. These wrestlers just do kicks and flips and garbage. They just do dumb indie shit. How is it better now? Give me a fucking break. Bullshit.
If you sit down and watch a Raw from 1998, 1999, the in-ring was absolutely trash. It was just, yeah.
Something we also have to realize and say that the purpose back then was that wrestling is supposed to look like a fight. Wrestling's supposed to be realistic. Okay? When wrestling is not realistic, that's a problem. Professional wrestling back in the day, the reason why matches were booked a certain way was to be realistic and look like a fight. Okay? That was the point of professional wrestling, to look like a fight. Because what in the real world would you see fucking wrestlers doing flips and kicks? You know? Why you saw like brawls or whatever? Because that's what happened in real life. Even in UFC, you don't see fucking UFC fighters doing a flip. They were doing punches. They were brawling. Okay? Wrestlers are supposed to resemble a fight. That's the point of these matches, because they look like a fight. That was the point of these matches. They resemble a fight. And a lot of these matches don't have that psychology.
It's trash. It's just brawling, especially the mid card. It was just trash. And even the main event guys, Stone Cold, The Rock, I know they're awesome. They're great. I like, they're awesome, they're great, but a lot of those main event matches were just no disqualifications, brawling, not great in-ring stuff. We have guys today like Seth Rollins, CM Punk, Cody Rhodes. They all hold they can't hold a candle to Stone Cold and The Rock, all right? So in terms of like, charisma,
Seth
but I think
Rollins,
the in-ring is a very important
Seth
aspect.
Rollins got injured for doing his dumb indie shit. Okay? Seth Rollins got injured for doing his dumb indie shit. This is the problem. Like, that's why these wrestlers get hurt by it, because they do dumb indie shit. Okay? Just because they, again, these are indie bullshit. Just because they could do flips and whatever the fuck, dumb shit, does not mean they're better wrestlers. Okay? Shawn Michaels can do a moonsault, right? Doesn't mean they need to do every match. And not only that, he used them for the big moments. Undertaker could do a big dive. He didn't do them every match. He used them for the big moments like WrestleMania. That's the beauty of like making them special. All these wrestlers, they use these moves so many times. Not only they get hurt more, they freaking there's no speciality. So
in today's wrestling, and the people who watch wrestling today, and all those guys I just mentioned are way better in ring than The Rock, than Stone Cold, than Triple H, than The Undertaker. And I love The Undertaker, but in ring, especially during the Attitude Era, we're talking about the Attitude Era, The Undertaker, Stone Cold, Rock, Triple H, those guys could not hold the candle to the guys today in the ring, because it was just all they overly relied on blood, they overly relied on weapons, and they overly relied on brawling into the crowds to make their
that this is day, so that's bullshit. They still do this to this day. It just, if anything, it's less intriguing, and if anything, it look fake because they're not even exciting. And not only that, they do this in AEW. They do this shit in AEW. So they do this shit in AEW. So what does that tell you? Like, they still do this to this day. but it looks more corny. The whole blood and brawling. Guess what? They still do it in AEW. John Moxley and shit like that. Darby Allin, and they still do that to this day. It looks more corny. But guess what? They're trying to be the wrestlers from the past. So how is it that these wrestlers are better now when literally they dream of being Stone Cold and shit and always want to act like them? So bullshit.
In my opinion.
Well, all right. So I'm just gonna say this because I know this is gonna piss y'all off.
Say it.
Nobody that's 160 pounds stomping makes me nervous at all. I'm just gonna say
that's
that.
true.
That when we talk about
like the wrestlers nowadays are not realistic. They don't look like badasses, man. That's so fucking true. Wrestlers should look like legit badasses.
Seth Rollins stomp that no one. If you 160 pounds,
What?
60 pounds.
Oh, you said they still look like 160.
He 160 pounds to me.
Well, besides, a lot of these wrestlers have fake weight classes, so they're really a lot of these wrestlers are really like 190, 170, and shit like that. They're just built, pretend they're certain weight classes. So
I'm saying, but listen, it's different. It's different.
Really? Yeah,
He had the whole. But listen, it's different. It's different. He had the hose. He had the hose weighing him down. It's different. You know?
And even actually, to your earlier point,
and Seth Rollins have all the fucking gay dudes holding him down.
To your earlier point, but the Ruthless Aggression era with John Cena, Rey Mysterio, those mid-carders, they had all three foughts in ring.
Actor is really not that different from Ruthless Aggression era. Like it's really the same format, just because it was a little just because. You can say that the Ruthless Aggression had like some styles, like Lucha Libre with Rey Mysterio and shit like that. But again, it's no real big difference. To be fair, like there was more there were actually more bigger match. I would say like during the Ruthless Aggression era, yeah, there were more bigger matches featured on a Raw. Like again, like Raw roulettes, certain Raws. They did have like these big moments, like, and that was also during time like when they had like the brand split and certain Raws and SmackDowns. They could, they had like those brand split pay-per-views. That's what contribute to like certain Raws having those big Raw matches and stuff like that, right? But again, that's why that was a beauty like back then, where again the times were just so much better, man. What's so much better than now?
Makes a star. A lot of the Attitude Era guys couldn't go in the ring. So. Why are you holding?
So there's but they honestly had more psychology than a lot of wrestlers today. So that's kind of like bullshit. So.
It's a pedestal to them than compared to the Ruthless Aggression guys you mentioned.
Ruthless Aggression really had the trifecta.
Yeah,
Attitude was better entertainment.
Listen, I am a big. I mean, I would still say I like the Attitude Era much better because again, that was when it actually was like the most so fun, And I think like the timing of matches, I don't care if a match was 5 minutes or 15 minutes. Like if it was exciting, I think that's what happened in the Attitude Era. And same thing with the Aggression Era. Both eras, if anything, are the best eras in wrestling history. Okay, bar none. But if you ask me, the Attitude Era was entertaining because that's when they actually were like they were at war with WCW, and they were actually they were forced to put on very entertaining because it was entertaining. That's where I have to favor the Attitude because it was like more entertainment wise, and that's why I liked. That's what I want to see, and that's what wrestling should be more like. But again, if wrestling could be more like the Ruthless Aggression era, that'd be lovely too. Because Ruthless Aggression is really, if you ask me, the second best era in wrestling history, bar none.
So what you were saying is, it's for everyone. It's for everyone. Emotion. What is entertainment? Entertainment invokes emotion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So. Everyone feels. So whatever you put out, if you're pissing someone off, you're making someone happy, whether it's you're pissing off the liberal or you're making the racist happy for that 1 second, because the good guy always wins at the end. If you're making them happy for 1 second, you're pissing them off for another second, you're doing your fucking job. Like people get nervous because of corporate dollars, and they talk about purity. They worry about the dollar more than they worry about the actual product they're putting on. And I feel like that's always been chased. Yo, bro, if you go to if you talk about AEW, listen, I don't watch a lot of AEW, but when you watch AEW, I will say, and I'll give AEW this, because I will say it's a great show. When you watch AEW, even when you watch any of these indies, shout out Fourth Rope, shout out to these other companies. When you watch these other companies, they are putting on good shows. Like they're gonna push those envelopes. They're gonna do those things. Like AEW got people talking about having no hoes and shit like that. And you know what I'm saying? Like you won't hear that on WWE, and that should be said on WWE. Now,
okay, so I think this guy, he's trying to also like defend like AEW, like in terms of like at least they're willing to put it, but like at the same time, the thing is the difference between like with AEW and WWE, right? AEW, they're doing like, talking about no hoes, but it's like with people who no one cares for. Like they don't, like, was it like Stokely Hathaway or whatever? No one knows who the fuck or cares about that guy. That show has no star power. That's one problem. Two, it was done better in the ads here with guys like Godfather and all these other wrestlers. Again, it's just much better. No one really cares about the modern wrestlers, so that's part of the problem. So, plus it's just not the same. So, it's just part of the modern wrestling problem that none of these people are stars. So,
not for nothing, you know what I'm saying? Everything, like I said, it should be. I get it. People are sensitive and everything like that. But grow the fuck up. They realize this is fucking entertainment. This is not real life. If the wall has been broken,
bad all the racist stereotypes.
Wrestling needs a little bit of racism to.
Yes, we need realism, bro, because racism's still a thing in the world, like it or not.
I know, but if I'm trying to enjoy, if I'm trying to show a friend wrestling or maybe showcase my family members, and I put that on, they see blackface. Like, what do they think of that? It makes me look bad as a wrestling fan.
When
I mean?
It doesn't, bro. If you TV shows does this shit, does that make you look bad? No. TV shows, dude. The point of professional wrestling should be emulating real life. Okay. You're not a bad guy to showcase this. You're just being soft and scared. Be a fucking man, grow some balls, and actually fucking learn that, hey, this is emulating life. And that's what wrestling's supposed to be.
When I show people, like when I talk about things, the extended wrestling universe, the first thing
when you want to talk about being like, relatable, when you have people mention these issues, that's when people will buy into care. Like, oh wow, this company's talking about racism. This company's talking about, blackface. This company's talking about like, sexual shit. Like that will buys in people. When you have something that like people can relate to, the issues and that they know of, that's what makes people will care for. Because no one's going to care about just about indie work rate matches with no stories.
Show them is the New Jack promo when he shouted out OJ, and I say, yeah, you understand? And 10 times out of 10, people, oh shit, yo, this was lit, yo, I gotta go back and watch. So with that being said, like I said, you need a little bit of that. You need a little bit of that evil to invoke that emotion out of people.
Yeah.
John Cena sucks.
So, actually, let me go the belt.
You about to hand it over. You about to hand it over soon.
I ain't handing over nothing, man. Not without a fight.
Okay.
I'm not gonna argue. Attitude Era is probably one of the greatest eras in wrestling. I'm not gonna lie on that.
TV, not wrestling. TV in general. Let's put it out there.
Okay, right. But as far as like it being a better era than the modern era, I would have to disagree with you, because even though there was edgy antics back in the day, I can say wrestling has grown beyond that. Like it's focused more now on the athletic performances. It's also reached a global phenomenon where people in Japan and all these other different foreign countries can tune in and actually watch the product.
Just because, there's more availability. But guess what? People in Japan are not even caring to watch WWE anyways. If that's the case, then people would actually watch. But again, going back to like, it's about more athletic wise. It's more focused on athleticism. Professional wrestling, if you really think about it, the wrestling is supposed to be the less important thing on the show. Because how the fuck do you care about the match without the stories and characters? Because wrestling is still a TV show. Like it or not, it's still a TV show. Okay? Professional wrestling is still a TV show. Look at Cobra Kai. You think the idea of Cobra Kai is just about karate? Because then that would be boring. You think the Karate Kid was just about a karate movie? No, it was about the character Daniel LaRusso overcoming his bullies and shit. And to overcome that, it all settled in the karate fight. But he also, we got to learn about his character, the story of him. That's why people cared about the Karate Kid, care about Cobra Kai. Those are action shows. WWE, Monday Night Raw, Friday Night SmackDown is an action TV show with stories and characters. And eccentric how they send out things is a wrestling match. That's how it's supposed to be.
What we do, and also to her point earlier, women's wrestling has grown exponentially. Yes, they're not just being held on the arm as eye candy or in backstage segments or kissing Vince McMahon's ass, because like who wants to do that, right?
That was some of the best TV that you could. That's some of the best TV. We booed Vince. Vinny's my man. Vinny Mac, you my man. Call me. You my guy.
With that being said, just having that, just being able to actually tune in and see what these women can do and seeing how far they can take the product has been amazing. And the fact that now we don't have just a few stars, we have like a variety of different types of stars that WWE has now. I feel like that's what really makes wrestling even more entertaining, is just having more than a few characters that actually carry the company. It's just my opinion. He can't see.
My next claim is the deal that the WWE made with
a few characters that actually wrestling even more entertaining, is just having more than a few characters that actually carry the company.
Is the deal that the WWE
there's no one carrying the company
we made with ESPN and Disney will make the product worse.
Okay, so his next argument is that the ESPN deal will make the company more worse. I can see why he says that, because like look at it right now, ESPN are already dissatisfied. So I just think that at the end of the day, like WWE is not gonna grow really, despite the deals. Maybe like in terms of like, it's stupid. I would say WWE on ESPN is stupid because it's not a real sport. So why is it on ESPN? It's not like a real sport. So it just may make any sense to me, or it doesn't make sense in general, because WWE is not a real sport. So that's what I would say. But again, I think the problem where I can see make it worse is that it's going to try to be more sports oriented when it makes no sense when it's fake, They
had to bring in the big guns. They had to bring in the big guns.
The biggest thing with the ESPN deal, and it's the thing that I feel like we will all agree on this aspect, and I think it's hater and fan, that the biggest job for the WWE is to every single generation bring more and more fans into the picture.
Of course.
And the one big thing that I feel like a lot of sports fans, more than anyone else, are always the people that do what? They call the WWE
entertainment, or what?
Fake, right? And I believe putting WWE on a network that is the largest entertainment and sports publishing network, what ESPN stands for, gives WWE an extra boost into this next generation. The biggest thing growing up for me, and I think you'll be on this as well, we both grew up on SportsCenter. We grew up watching ESPN and all stuff like that. The fact that this next generation of kids not only just watches YouTube, which we have the Logan Pauls, not only goes on TikTok, which we have all these TikTokers that are now getting involved with the social media networks and then coming over to the WWE, we are now going to be on this largest sports publication network in the world. Bringing it down, they have no control over that. All they're doing is publicating and putting out the WWE product. Putting it on a network that large is going to bring the next generation of these young fans that might have not been exposed, whether it's on Peacock, because let's be real, if I wasn't watching WWE, I would never in my life have Peacock. There's not a single show for me.
No one's watching though. They're on ESPN, and ESPN literally is unhappy with their recent fucking shows on their network. So no one's watching. Okay, this is just the reason why. Unfortunately, this is WWE's fault, where they were able to get the ESPN deal, and why ESPN did this because they were fooled by WWE with their marketing that, hey, we're going to promise you to do big shit. And they promised them to, they advertise WWE. This is the problem with WWE where the way they market themselves by using nostalgia, unfortunately. But, and a lot of people who are from ESPN don't really know WWE, unfortunately. Okay? They don't. Once they see, and those people who are from ESPN, they saw WrestlePalooza, guess what happened? They were not happy, so.
Personally on Peacock, outside of when they have like football on there and the NFL on Peacock, I have no reason to watch Peacock. That's,
I mean, the only reason why people got Peacock, again, because it was the network, right? The wrestling fans. People who had Peacock was also like the normal people, but not a lot of them really wanted to watch the wrestling show. So a lot of them had the Peacock. Like, you really think that people who generally had Peacock already would go watch wrestling, unless like they were maybe an old school fan and wanted to watch the old shit? That was a fact. Because if that was the case, then they would talk about how Peacock, most watched WrestleMania, most watched WWE show and whatever during their time in Peacock, and they didn't do that. So
that's the thing. But the cool thing about it is, in the United States, ESPN is one of the largest networks in all of the United States. Now we have that entire audience coming into the WWE. If you have it on cable, you have the ability to
just because we
can now watch WWE by, I'm scrolling my channels. I'm a little kid. I'm 10, 11 years old. I might have not been exposed, whether it's the million different ways they could have been exposed.
But regardless, the case, no one is watching. No one is watching still. So it doesn't fucking matter if it's still on cable TV or freaking the streaming sites. You had freaking WWE was on Peacock, and Peacock was one of the top streaming sites, aside from Netflix and Disney. It's still like, if anything, I think Peacock is like one of the top 3, if anything, I believe. So regardless, you had that chance. People still are not watching. Again, Netflix is, if anything, bigger than ESPN in terms of streaming. Netflix is the biggest freaking streaming site, right? And yet people are not watching Monday Night Raw.
On WrestleMania, and I go, oh my God, that is amazing. Now you have a fan that is hooked for the rest of their life. And guess what? They have it on ESPN, on cable for the next years, free.
But we're not arguing the platform. We're arguing the product. ESPN, even when ESPN got with Disney, you can't even get a piece of ass without getting
also,
fired.
Now I get, okay, it's like, so what you meant by that, this ESPN deal is like, it's gonna be like more PG and shit. So I can see what he's saying. Yeah, it's gonna be more G. Yeah. So, probably trying to have to appeal to the soccer moms and shit. So I can agree that too, maybe like that's. But at the same time, you have ESPN though, like they showcase like blood with the UFCs, and even though UFC is not even on ESPN, so this is bullshit. So it's kind of screwed. But like Disney, they want to showcase. Okay, they don't want to showcase hot women, like with some ass or whatever, but they want to showcase like just LGBT shit. So you never know.
Think about Xavier Woods, for example. If Xavier Woods would have did what he did back then, now with this Disney deal, do you think he'd still be around? Hell no.
I don't think that they have the ability of firing someone in the WWE when all they are doing is public.
If you own something, if you are doing business with me, I'm gonna have some kind of.
I mean, everyone's
saying what's going on. You're gonna have some kind of saying, especially if I'm paying you that kind of money. I'm putting some kind of. This is gonna be some kind of clause. May it be the slightest clause of if we don't like this little thing, this gotta go.
Well, the best part about
WWE,
also
also meant like like that if Disney gets pissed off or whatever, that can influence WWE. It could. I mean, it could. So it has a lot of things in the history of WWE has whatever they work with have led to things being discontinued. So
is we've seen everything, and everything has happened on this type of network. They've done things like you've talked about your beautiful Attitude Era, and those publication networks, what do? They said, hey, I just don't want to see that. You have ESPN will let WWE do what they do because they've seen all these decades and generations of what the type of content they put out there.
This is decades of generations of content that they put out there, but this is also like a gentleman's deal problem.
They still negotiated to make it work.
This is a gentleman's
deal. We're talking about the two biggest companies, two of the biggest companies in the world.
This is a deal. Okay, back then, what did DX do? What did DX?
Let me get $1 billion. Real quick.
What did DX do? What did DX do when the network complained about them talking that shit? They went out the next day and said, we can't say fuck shit, bit, blah, 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 blah. They stuck it to the network. They like, bro, and what's not going to happen? What's not going to happen with Disney? You are not going to stick it to Disney. Walt Disney is not allowing that.
What is WWE now that Disney will be upset about? Is there a single thing that they do now that
Disney shit is fucking boring now? They ain't motherfuckers getting dragged out caskets.
So wait, real quick, hold on. So your entire point, real quick, was ESPN and Disney are going to bring down the product.
Yes.
But you just said that they don't do anything that could bring down the product. Thank you very much.
Stop. No.
It's just gonna make them more G-rated whole shit too, and just no one's gonna freaking care. But okay, we were talking about like ESPN. No one's gonna fucking watch. Again, this also like deal that you have to spend $30 to try to fucking watch it is fucking ridiculous.
No, sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down.
I'm an Attitude Era guy myself, so I know a lot of old wrestling fans that have moved on and now are big sports heads. They regularly watch ESPN, so they might go back and try to make those No, take this off. Hold on. They might go back, right? I see lust in your eyes. Yeah. They may go back and try to make the product better to bring in those OG fans that they're going to watch with their kids, being like, I remember back in the day in the 90s. Look, now, does that mean they're going to bring back Goldberg again and roll him out of a casket? Hopefully not.
Never, please, God.
But you got to get these old fans on board because they're the ones that moved on. I used to watch wrestling back in the day, right? And also, it's going to add legitimacy.
So my boy don't like Goldberg. Fuck. I mean, but Goldberg was what cool in wrestling. So what the fuck? What's going on? JT shit. But again, like no one. Listen, whoever has ESPN now, like I was saying already, like no one's gonna fucking. A lot of these people now. Again, Netflix is much more bigger than ESPN. Okay. You have WWE that are both on Netflix and ESPN now. People are actually not choosing to watch. So it's a waste of time, waste of money.
To the product, all those people that were using the F word, they're going to be like, oh, wow, well, if it's on ESPN, it must be worth watching. And they're going to be more in tune with what's going on as well. And also, my last point, Fanatics Fest, right? You see Tom Brady.
But then they're still fucking posting on YouTube, so there's no point, to really get the ESPN.
Manning running out there, doing their entrances, tackling each other, right? You had wrestling.
And why do you think they did that? They did that because based on, they were able to have that luxury to do that. But at the same time, they're doing it because they were fans of old wrestlers. They're not fans of the current product. That's the thing. They're not fans of the current product. They're not fans of the current WWE. Like Tom Brady and them, they're fans of wrestlers from back in the day when wrestling was actually the peak. It's not cool to be a wrestling fan right now.
With, ESPN and Fanatics, all that stuff that just went on, it was a huge hit. That brought a lot of eyes on the product. I could probably even see Tom Brady getting involved in storylines and all that stuff.
Again, that only happened because, with TKO and shit like that. But at the same time, it's only a hit because who the hell wouldn't want to just, try to pretend to be a wrestler one day and not just cosplay? It is fun to like enter whatever and film yourself having that entranceway. That's the only like little thing. But again, the ability of meeting wrestlers, old wrestlers and shit like that, who the fuck's not going to want to meet some wrestlers? So it's just like it's again, it attracts the nerd culture. Really, it goes back to the nerd culture shit too. Like every fucking nerd, like in Comic-Con, wants to meet like some comic book star and shit. So yeah, but again, like the entranceway, really alive. If people don't know, most cases when you see people who do these entrances, is usually a Legends wrestler's entrance. So
never know if they're local. Like, look at Tyrese Halliburton, right? He was in there too.
I mean, I think, like I said, I think for distribution, for business purposes, it's amazing for business purposes. But like I said, you're not going to be allowed to do the superstar is going to have to conduct themselves in a microscope, first and foremost, in the streets. Two, I think that once more, you're not going to be able to push boundaries like you would. Like I said, you can't even. The ESPN employee, prime example, Shannon Sharp got a little piece of ass on camera, you know what I mean? Whatever. And they got him up out of there, literally.
4 words, right? All right. Clash at Cinderella's Castle. Boom. Open up for Disney World, baby. Okay. I'm there. Yeah. And now I'm NXT in Florida. And now I'm going to the Bash at Epcot. Yeah.
My next claim is it is too expensive to be a WWE fan.
I agree wholeheartedly. I agree wholeheartedly. People want to say like, oh, you know, what about cable and blah blah blah. Like, at the same time, with this economy, the current economy that we are living in now, and the fact that WWE like is so separated now, everything that's so separated. Like listen, 10 years ago we had the WWE Network. Even though the WWE sucked, at least we had the network, and the network was able to save us from spending money on pay-per-views, and we could be able to watch every pay-per-view every week. Every month for $9.99. And on top of that, we can watch old Raws, old SmackDowns, old WWE library, some new content they would create. Even though a lot of it was dumb content, you know, they promised to make like Legends House and Countdown and shit, but then they started doing dumb gay shows like Swerve and Table for Three and all that dumb shit that no one really cares for. At the end of the day, the WWE Network at the time was actually like, you know, I missed that. We all missed that, right? We want that back. It would be great for them to bring it back. You know, we want it just sucks that WWE. I mean, sure, when you moved it all to Peacock, you know, you got more for bang for your buck. You know, you can watch other shows than just WWE. Sure, you know. But now look what happened. Unfortunately, WWE and TK got greedy. Now they want to split the entire show to watch anywhere where it makes it harder for an average fan, to watch anything, because no one's gonna want to fucking, you know, no. If you're a wrestling fan, right, you're gonna want to watch something in one place only. Now you're making it hard, especially like you start to question: is it worth really spending this much money when literally you're not gonna watch anything else? Because let's be honest here, the fact that you have to now spend $30 for ESPN on top of freaking Netflix for $12-13 and fucking the Disney, and then you have, you know, Peacock. You have to have Peacock for NXT and fucking dumbass Saturday Night Main Events and old SmackDowns. Even no one really cares to watch, like, I guess like a few new SmackDown, right? You only would want to watch an old SmackDown. Is it really all worth spending all that money to do that? You know? And that's where you think, like, man, you're just gonna pirate now. You're just gonna just watch, you know, probably using a certain streaming site and all that. You know, it sucks. They have to do that. Or that's gonna lead to more VPNs being used. So, but unfortunately, not everyone is able to get a VPN, because that itself costs money too. So, the fact that like you're like WWE's pricing out the fan again. It's not even just about like ESPN, like, you know, or the TV deals. The fact that you also have to spend money to go to a show, the fact that ticket prices are so expensive now is ridiculous. And that's WWE's fault. That's TK's fault. That's them taking advantage of the average person's like money, because, you know, that's also because TKO's in debt. They're using WWE a way to freaking pay out their debt, unfortunately. That's why these ticket prices are so high. And it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous, you know? Like, WWE should be affordable. You know, Vince McMahon, he really is a hero behind the scenes, that he actually cared about the families and shit like that. Now that, you know, Vince McMahon's not involved, there's more so TKO. They want to be, you know, really like greedy and shit like that. That's the problem, you know? So it is very expensive. Like, how the hell no normal person can make? If anything, that's gonna lead to more people like not want to watch. Especially like, who the fuck wants to spend $30 for a low quality show that will have commercials? And who the fuck's gonna really spend money on a show like or go to a show when literally it's probably not going to be a good show because modern wrestling is not good. So
Yeah, I can't argue that.
My rebuttal to that is in what capacity, right? Because you could be paying $6 a month with Peacock right now, and you get a whole catalog. You can watch from the Attitude Era to
it's much more, I believe, right? What the hell are you talking about? It's like $12 now.
Last week, right?
Just SmackDown though. They don't got Raw no more.
Yeah. Well, that's with the Netflix deal, but you can watch Raw from a year ago.
I understand that, but I want to watch Raw from last week, or I want to watch Raw from 2 weeks. Even if they did it every two, like
I know no one's
to
do that.
A 2 week delay or something like that. Even if they did it like that, bro. If you look at it right now, to be a fan, to be an actual fan, and be able to tune into most of the product, it's between $500 to $1,000 to a year. A year, yes, it is. If you add all the subscriptions up, you add the ESPN Plus subscription, the year, and especially if you do yearlies, all yearly subscriptions it equals out every, and then you add in if you want to go to a PLE. If you
actually did the math when they announced the ESPN deal, it's actually like $93.
$93. So that's that. And then what about the Peacock, the Peacock Plus?
Yeah, so it would be $93 a month if you buy every single product that you can watch.
Everything,
WWE.
and mind you, this is
a month. That's still a lot, man. Especially in this current economy where inflation is still high. Unfortunately, a lot of people want to still like say Trump's fault, whatever. But the reality is, a lot of these businesses, a lot of big businesses are blaming Trump. But in reality, they're inflating themselves. Because they want to say it's Trump's fault, but in reality, their purpose. Like for example, Costco is increasing the prices on purpose. Netflix is increasing the prices on purpose. Disney's increasing the prices on purpose. Those companies are increasing prices on purpose. But they want to claim they blame Trump, but in reality, they want to. It's their fault because they want to make more money. It's just greed. Greed has unfortunately ruined the world. So. You know what I mean? But then you want to blame Donald Trump and shit like that. And WWE is at fault, unfortunately, for doing this. So, and like it sucks because WWE is supposed to be like a conservative company as well, TKO, whatever. But they unfortunately are taking advantage and increasing the prices, which is complete bullshit. It goes to show where you gotta like shop around. Like when you want to buy groceries, you gotta shop around and just going to Costco's and shit.
That is with ads or without ads.
It depends
because that price changes. Mm-hmm. So now, if you, like I said, if you don't want ads, if you want that premium experience, you're going to be spending at least $500 to almost $1,000 a year. Especially now, if you want to be a fan, especially if you want to go to an actual live event, bro. Going to a live event is crazy now.
Couldn't we apply this argument to all content, all media? Is it too expensive to watch television?
I don't think so. Bro, think about it. This is one brand. This is one brand, and we got to go to 5 different channels just to get one brand, one product. That's a lot. That's a lot. And honestly, bro, like not for nothing. I think that will bring back the network. That's what I'm gonna say. It was $10 a month. It had everything. It was lit. Bring back the network. That was literally the best thing that they had, and it was literally probably, I can honestly say WWE's made strides in the last 10 years. That was probably their worst business move in the history almost of WWE, bro. I hated it.
So the reason why they unfortunately did, I remember why they unfortunately sold the network, is because unfortunately, while it was a great concept, they were sadly losing money because, let's be honest, wrestling was not that popular. Wrestling was unfortunately at the time even losing fans. A lot of people were unsubscribing, and it was not enough to keep people from wanting to subscribe. They were losing money, okay? They were losing money with the network. That's why they had to sell it to Peacock originally, and that's when they made their money back and also made more profit for it, And, you technically got more for Peacock, even though it just sucked that, the WWE Network was everything, man. Just the one and go if you want to just watch wrestling type of thing. But hey, you kind of got a little bonus with Peacock, even though I would say I missed like the schedulings and all that kind of shit. But at the end of the day, whatever happened, it's all right. It was fine for what it was. Peacock was fine for what it was, one and done. your one destination to watch all the pay-per-views and also watch the library and stuff like that, right? That's why they have to sell the network. Because again, unfortunately, and this is the problem with modern wrestling, the modern wrestling world is dying because of the lack of intriguement and no one's watching. So that's the problem. Let me take a look. I'm gonna be right back. Let me just I have to take some vitamins. All right. I'll be back in a second, folks. Now Hulk Hogan, like, eat your vitamins, say your prayers. That's what I gotta do right now. I know this is a long video, but at the end of the day, it's definitely debunking everything, going through it. It helps, giving a proper insight. So I hope that helps. Okay, just one more second, folks. I'm back. I know this is going to be a very long video, but keep in mind I'm filming this at a time where I have availability. But I want to just I want to really dig deep, go in depth to really give you guys ideas to know, hey, this is why it's important to talk about this. That's why I'm really digging deep. A lot of people will probably not dig deep, so that's why it's really important to dig deep and actually talk about every little detail. So.
Business was great.
Fan service. Thank you. Fan service. Yeah, for as far as fan service, it was damn near the worst thing they ever did. Because, like I said, bro, who the hell wants to spend their money here, there, and everywhere? Just I wanted to spend my bread one place. Even honestly, even if they made it transparent, say, hey, $500 for the year, and we got this one channel, boom. That might make more sense, but the fact that I got to put my card information into here, there, everywhere, fuck that shit. That's bullshit.
No, you can't be going up for this. Your t-shirt's $50.
Your claim, I think it is true, but I think it's levels to it. And I say this: the WWE right now has the biggest out of. You can check any pro sports team or any pro league. The WWE has the biggest social media presence out of any. Most followers, most viewers, most subscribers on YouTube.
Okay.
Back in the day, I know
you want to say, like, again, yeah, a lot of people watching, but again, that's, you have to also think at the same time they're inflating it, and there's a lot of bots. They're buying views and shit like that to make people. And that's what company will do. They will buy, they will buy people watching the company, that kind of stuff. So that's where you have to take into account that that's what's also happening, right? At the same time, with this whole idea of like a big social media presence, they're using nostalgia to make people care of the show. But again, that goes to show no one cares like about the people watching currently. If you notice, a lot of people are watching the old stuff. They're watching the old Attitude Era footage, Ruthless Aggression Era footage, right? Even the 80s and 90s, early, they're watching. Look at the WWE Vault YouTube channel. People are watching that more than modern Raw and SmackDown. So, and a lot of people again were watching, like, again, they're watching YouTube for what they missed on Raw and SmackDown because they don't want to fucking watch on TV because they want to just so that's WWE's fault for why. Sure, it helps their social media presence, but at the same time it affects their people caring about their show because no one's gonna fucking waste their time to watch a 3-hour show. So
you remember when we were kids, we weren't affording the PLEs. So we were waiting, either going on W.
To be fair, when we couldn't afford at that time every PLE, that does make you want to watch Monday Night Raw. So if anything, technically that was a good thing, or that really helped make you intrigued because not everyone's going to be able to afford watching every PLE. So it was an advantage, like, to, if anything, to make you care about Monday Night Raws more. So
WWE.com to read what happened, or you were waiting till Monday Night Raw or school the next day to hear what happened, right? Well,
nowadays you don't have people fucking talk about wrestling anymore. You don't have people talking about Monday Night Raws in schools. They talk like, you don't have that shit. You don't have people talking about Monday Night Raws and SmackDowns in schools. The only people who are talking about are probably nerds. Okay. Back in the day when people actually talk about Raws and SmackDowns, that's when it was like actually people cared for it. People, I can't even tell you when was the last time people actually like want to talk about wrestling with me. The only reason why I talk about wrestling with with people, maybe like my coworkers and friends, is because I'm a wrestler, a pro wrestling training. That's it. And we only would talk about really old wrestling. That's it. So that's really it. Nothing ever about like what happened in recent wrestling. So
I was going to say, but what happens now is the WWE puts out highlights same day of every match that happens in the PLE. And if there is a show that day, they put out every highlight from every match.
And like, so what's the point of getting like, so it's like a scam if you really kind of like watch the fucking shows, really, like, or if you're buying the fucking ESPN. So why should you, when WWE's going to do that anyways? But again, that it helps them in like social media, getting more numbers, but at the same time, it will affect their money. Like, no one's gonna buy their fucking show, so it's gonna come back to bite them. So.
Match, including promos that were cut. So now, if you don't have access to watch it or you don't want to spend that money, you can absolutely find all of the content either on WWE's YouTube or on their social media channels. So you can absolutely still be a fan without.
But that's YouTube. But I want to watch the show.
If you're really a fan, you're gonna find a way to make it happen, right? Like, through YouTube if you can't afford it.
I mean, there's ways to make it happen, but we ain't.
Again, like, people want to enjoy the experience. If you're, I would, rather than focusing on YouTube. You want the fucking. No one wants to watch like half-ass highlights of like a TV show when everything's cut up, but like you want to watch the main thing. But again, to be fair with WWE's advantage, because how shit this is because they're a shit product. It's just a way to catch up. WWE YouTube channel is a way to catch up. When you want to enjoy something and watch it, like you want to watch it because it's good. WWE is just not good, that good. It's just how it is. So.
I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm playing devil's advocate.
But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, bro, I understand like the highlights are on YouTube and the YouTube is free, but at the same time, not everyone wants to watch highlights.
Yeah, not everyone wants to. But again, it is a way to like kind of like save time. But again, it will.
Everyone wants that experience. They want to listen, bro. If I would, you know how mad I'd have been watching WrestleMania 40 when Undertaker and all came out and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know how mad I'd have been watching that on YouTube as opposed to watching that. Like, because first and foremost, you can't, bro. Let me tell you, when I SummerSlam, I had to miss part of SummerSlam. I couldn't even open my phone.
Mm-hmm.
I had to like every time I opened my phone, I seen some new bullshit. And I was tight.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, like, no, nobody wants. You want to be part of that experience. So to pay that kind of money for that experience, bro, the median income in America, that's like a decent percent. $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of people in America is gonna just be able to shell that out, even if it's gradual over time. That's crazy to ask, bro.
I agree, but I think that is true for all sports, because NFL, you have to watch that across numerous networks. It's not only one place. If you want to watch NBA now, it's across Amazon, across NBC, all these other networks you don't have. That's true for all sports. So in this case, being a fan in general isn't affordable. So we can't just equate that only to WWE.
But you're getting way more on just a regular cable subscription with the NFL or NBA than you will with WWE. At this point, with WWE, you lucky to just get SmackDown and NXT. That's it. You don't get shit no more. That's it. That's all. If you are a cable, a normal, like the average American cable subscriber, that's all you have access to is NXT and SmackDown to watch live. Everything else is a dub. You got to watch it on YouTube, like you said, if you don't have the means to have everything. Because there's some people in the world that live without watching.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
So there's, you know what I mean? Not everyone has necessarily access to YouTube. There's people without tablets or any of that.
I know. That's why I'm just,
know?
I agree. Generally, WWE's absolutely started pricing us out. I'm just saying there are options.
Mm-hmm.
And I think us being priced out as fans goes across all sports at this point now.
My next claim is John Cena is the Post Malone of WWE.
So I don't know what that means. I don't know what he meant by that. But then like I watched the video originally and it's like, what? So Post Malone, what is he like? Supposedly what he meant by that is appropriate black culture. Like, I don't know, something about black culture, but they're white. Like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But I guess that's what he meant. I don't know what, like, because again, I'm not gonna act like I know who Post Malone is. I mean, I know of him, but I'm not like a fan or to care. So
he'll do anything to get over.
And how would you feel that Post Malone does that?
Post Malone, his first song was hip hop, and now he got commercial success and ran to country.
Right. Okay, so,
you know what I'm saying?
So yeah, like using black culture. Okay. So yeah, basically that's what it is. But like, so John Cena, like, okay, yeah, John Cena, he was the rapper. If anything, if you really think about it, John Cena, while he's no longer necessarily the rapper, he still shows emphasis of being rapper Cena. The way he rhymes when he talks in the promo, way he cuts promos, he still acts like that West Newbury, Mass white rapper type of guy. So he still has that ability. It's just he doesn't rap anymore. Again, going back to John Cena, he was freestyling in tours with the wrestlers, and that's what again saved his career when Stephanie discovered him, right? So to be fair, John Cena was already like freestyling. That was already his life. So you can't really say that with Post Malone. Again, I'm not going to know or care about Post Malone, what he really did, like if suppose he used black culture. But like black culture is not necessarily just mean about rap. Like anybody can rap, you know. It shouldn't just mean like, oh, you're rapping. You what do you mean you rap? You're a white guy. That's like saying like a black guy can't do rock music, you know? You know, like that's kind of like a little like racist in a sense, or like that's like a culture trying to use race to like stop certain things. Like you can't do that, man. Like, or it's just dumb. Like, why would you stop somebody from doing certain things just because of the race? Like, why can't a black guy play rock music? Why can't a white guy rap on freestyle? Why can't like a South Asian dude play country music? Why not? Maybe that's their part of life.
So John Cena started out as Doctor of Thugonomics. He was all black culture. He was lit. He was wearing chains. He was wearing spinners, all that shit. John Cena, for lack of better words, was my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So with that, yeah. So then what happens? They capture Osama bin Laden. Or what the fuck happened?
Osama bin Laden.
They capture Saddam. I don't know.
We have conquered and compromised the permanent Osama bin Laden. We got him. Oh my god, that was hilarious. That John Cena act like we fucking did it. Like, like he the one that like let. I mean, that was hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Like John Cena, freaking like acting like he was that war hero. That was just so hilarious. Like, goddamn. But again, the idea like he went from being a rapper to being like this American hero guy also is like, I can see it, but at the same time, John Cena was still like, he still kind of resembled the hip hop, the way he dresses and shit still, and just kind of like also how he cuts a promo.
I don't know what the fuck happened, but one day I wake up, turn my TV on, I see this motherfucker saluting. Okay. And I said, bro, what the fuck? Hold on a second. Wait a second. And that's why I say he's the Post Malone, because Post Malone, he gets on with hip hop, he does mad songs with mad rappers, all this shit. He's lit, bro. People's like, yo, who's this?
Do you feel like Post Malone is disingenuous in either one of those venues? Do you think that he's disingenuous in being a hip hop artist, or do you think he's disingenuous in being country? Or do you think those are both real for him?
I think that, unfortunately, I believe that artists, a lot of people in general, they'll just attack what works. And once things are working, there's a
people
flow,
can't be layered. People can't have
I don't
things that they like.
Listen, I do know Post background. He did do folk at a time, but once more, folk obviously didn't get you on. You made a lane switch, made it work, right? And then what happens once you got it? You switched again.
So you're basically saying that John Cena was fake. So this is where I will disagree with this guy, Mr. JT, that like, to be fair, John Cena was always like, his background was like he knew how to freestyle. He was basically cool with the African Americans. Like he knew how to rap and freestyle. He was doing it backstage. That's what saved his career. So I wouldn't necessarily say, like, if anything, he stayed true to who he was. And even during the Super Cena days, the way he cuts promos still emulated rapper Duggonomics Cena, the way he talked. So he was not rapping because rapping would normally be non-PG. So
went right back to what you wanted to do.
So for Post Malone, right? I think we could both agree that when he came out with his music, especially like White Iverson and all that stuff, he was making genuine music. Or do you disagree?
I don't know. I don't know the man personally, but
so you're making an argument on a thing that
I don't know the man. I don't know the man personally.
No, so you speak. You speak.
All right. So my question is: Have you met John Cena? Have you met John Cena? Had a conversation with him personally, or had
any conversation with any wrestler or Post Malone?
That's what I'm saying.
To fundamentally understand that what they were doing was genuine.
To argue the genuineness of anyone, you have to actually sit down and have a conversation with them. So any of us sitting there, we're just shooting the shit, talking out of our ass. Realistically, right now, I'm sitting here talking out of our ass. You didn't have the conversation with anyone about
but what the argument that you're making is that these two people essentially switched up when you don't know if they're disingenuous or genuine. If you're doing something out of a genuine love, whether it gets you over and outright, we're using wrestling terms over. Post Malone got over doing White Iverson, then he's out there doing country music. If it gets you over, that doesn't necessarily mean that like you're doing it because it's getting you over. You could have a genuine love for it. Post Malone was playing guitar, listening to Nirvana, loving country music, and making White Iverson all at the same time. When John Cena came out as the prototype, he was doing none of that stuff. Where did that come birthed out of? Stephanie McMahon saw him on the back of a bus, freestyle rapping. Yeah. He didn't bring that to
people seem to forget what's her name? Isn't Beyonce doing country now, and she's a black lady? Beyonce is changing her thing. She's like fucking was like a R&B singer or whatever. Now she's doing country. So where's the argument of that? So
to the table. She was like, I need you to do this. And now if he progressed through that and became All-American John Cena putting people through tables, being so ripped. Does that make it that did he go on? What, dude, he's so ripped. You're gonna argue with me? Are we gonna argue that John Cena's not ripped?
He's brolic.
You're gonna lose that, BT. You're gonna lose that every time.
The admiration, crazy.
Yeah. How am I not gonna admire the GOAT, the greatest of all time?
That's debatable.
Debatable.
It's debatable.
Well, all right, Macho. I'm sorry. But I think it doesn't necessarily mean if you get on doing something that you're only doing it to get on, right?
I don't agree, man. Like I said.
Did Undertaker not evolve?
Undertaker evolved, but Undertaker also
did Chris Jericho not evolve?
Undertaker evolved, but Undertaker maintained the core of him. He was still the dead man.
The American Badass was still an Undertaker,
and they called him the dead man. And they called him American Badass, but they still called him the dead man.
Yeah.
So John Cena has never returned to any sort of resemblance of the true grit man that he was when he was rapping out there. He doesn't still talk shit when he's making promos.
Talking shit and rapping is different.
The argument is made in the context of like him getting on, doing something is in bad faith. He's only doing it to get on. I would say of all the wrestlers that we got out there, right? John Cena is not doing.
I will say so far, this guy, the white dude, so far, the probably more normal person I've seen so far having actually a legit argument. So I will give credit to the white guy here, where he's mentioning some real, some meaningful shit. But again, Mr. Jacob Fatu over here, JT. This nigga, man. I like him again, and he's right about Undertaker. But I'm just confused. Like, there's nothing wrong with Cena, man. There's really nothing wrong with Cena, what he's doing. Okay, I honestly do think. I mean, we don't know him personally, but reality is John Cena, he can freestyle. Just because, right now, also, if you really think, with Cena, he's more professional. Again, it's also about growth, right? He's more professional, but behind the scenes, he could really be this guy where, he's always if anything, he still kind of shows his emphasis of rapping whenever he talks, So, if anything, it's part of we don't go all of us don't go out and rap just randomly. You know what I mean? No one just goes out to rap randomly unless there's a freestyle, these rap battles that they do on TV, they're not going out doing it every day 24/7. So, yeah.
Doing stuff. I mean, first of all, the man's over. He could do whatever he wants. He came out there to John Cena in Black Riding and was talking shit for the last 5 months, and he was still over. He wasn't doing that to get on. He was trying to put himself under. He didn't even come back as the bad guy we wanted. We didn't come back in a singlet. He didn't come back with that music we all heard about. What was it called? Remember My Name, that he talked about for years in interviews. That's what we wanted, and he didn't do it. He tried to get himself under, and he was still getting cheered as he went out. Listen, I'm not going to say that John Cena is the end all be all, but I think to say that he's doing stuff to just get over, John Cena got over because he works hard, hustle, loyalty, respect. You know what I'm saying? Where's my man back there?
Once more hood terms. That's a whole hood term that he fucking turned and bastardized. Oh, whatever, man, whatever, bro. Just listen. Stop using black culture to get over. That's it.
I'm not arguing with BT on that point.
Okay, so this guy, his thing, this where it goes back to African Americans. They think that their culture is being appropriate, which I can see. I can understand why a lot of people who are African American, they always get pissed off that sometimes their culture is used. But to be fair, they're very cool. They have a great cool culture. It's without that shout out. But in the end of the day, to act like John Cena is not about that, you don't know him. So this is where I will have to agree with the short-haired white guy. Where he kind of mentioned some good points. So, but again, to be fair, I'm not gonna act like I care about this sort of argument, because I just why is this even a thing? I just think this is kind of this is just going back to the whole race war argument, really. So it's just kind of a little annoying. So.
That's the argument. I'm not making that argument.
To say that John Cena changes faces to get over is absolute bullshit. And the reason why I say that is because wrestling fans invest in characters for a certain period of time, but sometimes in that time, especially when a character goes stale, they have to reach inside. They have to reach into their soul, things that they know that they are and love to do. They have to do that to reinvent themselves, to continue to go on. John Cena, at that time, when he was doing Thugonomics, that was a part of who he was at that time.
A part of who he was? fucking cap, bro.
No, it's
Part of who he
facts.
was. Bro,
at that time, he was making music. He had the My Time Is Now, which went platinum, by the way.
What agree with that?
No, I was just saying.
I will say he was spitting on that album. I will say he was spitting on that.
He was spitting. At that time, he loves wrestling and he loves music. And then, as far as
and what people don't seem to also realize is too, like, John Cena since then have had certain times where he had went back to rapper Cena, so it's not like that part of him never left. Also, again, the part of never left because of the way he cut promos as well. Plus, like, if memory serves me right, didn't he try to do like a rap music for the WWE 2K game? Like, I think it was a 2K15 when he was on the cover, and they were trying to do like a song with him and Wiz Khalifa. I believe that was a thing. So, the guy, honestly, he was actually trying to, like, you know, he always had that lifestyle where he always interacted with rappers and also, like, kind of care. He also always cared about, you know, the rapping hip hop style. You know, it was always a part of him. You never know.
You know, his work and how it went over. Like, the fans was rocking with it. And then after a while, he was just like, you know what? Let me just start showing other parts of who I am. Hustle, loyalty, respect. That's just.
I'm sorry that this videos are very long, though. I'm not
a catchphrase. That's a way of life. And the reason why I say that is because every single day that he shows up into the wrestling business, he gave his all. He gave everything. And you can clearly see that. I met the man personally. And that's how he is in real life. It's not a gimmick. And the reason why that went over is because a lot of people feel and resonate with that message.
All right, so I'm gonna bring it to my real life at least. I don't know about y'all's, but I went to high school with a lot of white boys that was into the culture and they loved rap and they was Wu-Tang and it was all that shit. Yo, they could rap you fucking anything, RZA word for word. Yo, we graduate high school and I see them like 2-3 years later after college, and these motherfuckers is white, button up shirt, the short shorts, motherfucking flip flop thong sandals on, talking about some more than a feeling. So it's like, bro.
I mean, people evolve. Some people change.
Like I said, bro, I woke up one day.
You have to understand, like, sometimes you do act a certain way. Like, maybe sure it's like, you know, are you really true to yourself? But at the same time, like, sometimes, you know, the way you act with people or just ways you act with people, you know, you're not gonna be a certain way. It's all about how you filter yourself for certain people and certain things. You know, it's all about the context. It doesn't always mean like maybe that's not, you know, secretly always about the culture. You know, but again, people change at the same time.
One day to a rapping, hey, listen, I'm not saying it's not a banger, but when you code switch, you code switch. Yo, listen, at the end of the day, when I woke up, when I went to bed one day, you was rapping, and then when I woke up the next day, the motherfucker was out here like this. What the fuck is that?
But who's to say? That that's not a part of who he is? Every person has layers to who they are,
bro.
Okay, now, like I said,
one person can't just be all rap.
When you went to school, like I said, brought it back to real life. When you went to school with that person that was all about that shit, may have even been a white boy to say the N-word on the low. You know what I'm saying? All that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then you see the motherfucker like 3-4 years later and he's button up collar. Hiya, guys. Hey, bud. You looking at him crazy, right or wrong? So why
not really?
Stop. So you're gonna say that was him the whole time? Because you're gonna say, bro, what? You switched up.
That's just a part of who he is.
That's a part of growth.
Exactly. That's a part of life.
Is that growth?
Oh,
is that
that's
a
part of life? People mature, people change.
Okay, so I do get what JT is saying. I do get what also, you know, even this is where I will have to say that I am agreeing with the super fans here, where like it is about growth. You know, I just think this is just, why is this even a fucking argument? You know, why is this even a thing? You know, I just think that, like, this goes back to like people like, man, stop getting offended about race, man. Like, this is like, calm down. You know, I don't know. Just making a race war out of anything. It's just like, come on.
That doesn't mean that it makes him any less.
But is that growth or is that just appropriating to get yourself over it?
No, That's
World in real
growth.
life.
That's
No,
growth.
bro.
That's growth. It reintroduces him as this new character. It lets people see this.
Oh, I guess that buffering.
This new part of his personality, and it gives people a chance to latch on to this new part of who he is.
Hey, fans, I'm white too. That's what John Cena.
He's always been white. What do you mean? Can you not see his complexion?
He was a top 5.
I mean,
Take those black.
The thing about Cena was like he was a white boy that thinks he's black, so that was the thing.
This is off, buddy. Just because you couldn't see him doesn't mean he's not there.
I see what you're saying. John Cena is a bad example. Gimmick changing in wrestling is something that happens. Big Show, I'll give you. He's heel one day, face the other day. Big Show flip-flop more than whatever. John Cena was going to do in wrestling whatever you got to do to get over. Bro, Matt Cardona. But that is the point, though. To say that John Cena is disingenuous, no one's genuine. Do you really think Matt Cardona is the complete Matt Cardona?
When I said they were acting before, y'all all got mad at me.
But that's what wrestling. Don't say y'all. Undertaker here. Don't say y'all.
I heard egad when I said,
Not
when I said
egad.
motherfuckers is acting. I heard
The point you're trying to make is when Post Malone did it, and I think the biggest issue is that it came off as disingenuous. And when it comes to hip hop, you have to be, and you got to be 10 toes down. You can't one day talk about, I'm down for my homies, and the next moment, no one's going to be for that.
When you mix hip hop and wrestling, it's the.
But John Cena was hip hop?
Yes.
No, he was. That's
Stop.
haberdashery right there.
Stop.
Mr. Thugonomics, what's your favorite John
100%.
Cena song?
Now we're getting to the what's your favorite wrestling match type of thing. I mean, listen, hip hop is the same shit, as rap. I don't know what the fuck, why we had to get into this. It's the same shit. Okay, it's the same shit. I don't know what the fuck to say. It's the same shit. I don't know why we gotta like complain. Really, just John Cena, he just liked it. Okay, let the fucking guy like be who he be.
What you call it? Move so quick. Let me see you in slow mo. Get your throat cut while you step in the dojo.
I don't even remember that song, but okay. I'm sorry with the buffers, folks. I'm sorry about that. Man, this has been a few hours, but hey, it's good to like definitely dig in deep,
No, knock it off. Knock it off. That's haberdashery. John Cena wasn't hip hop. John Cena was going to do whatever he needed to do to get over. And that's just unfortunately the way that it is. It's wrestling. I'm not mad at Naomi for saying proceed with caution and she's not doing the glow no more. It's character progression. People change.
That is a whole, like I said, that is not a code switch. There's the difference. Like I said, when you
John
mix
Cena wasn't hip hop.
When you mix, how is he not hip hop?
Just because you wear jorts and wear a
you put a whole motherfucking album out, a whole rap album.
I could put an album out, but does that make me hip hop?
Yes.
No, come on, not
you are yes.
No.
Once you participate in the culture, you insert yourself into the culture.
Would you then say?
It's not over. You don't put no. It's either you are hip hop or either you are.
I'm gonna scroll through it because I
Post Malone was in it. John Cena released the album as part.
I do not care, bro. I'm just like
The representations of hood people.
Enough with this. I do not care.
Pro wrestling.
Okay, we got.
My last claim is LeBron James ruined pro wrestling.
What? Okay, when I saw it, it's like, what? LeBron James ruined pro wrestling. How? LeBron James is not a fucking pro wrestler. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I'm gonna explain what I think he meant. I think because this guy's like he needs a little clarification. So
I'm gonna need you to clarify for everybody here.
When we look at how LeBron James has affected the sports world in general, sports entertainment, whatever. There's no longer like opposition. It's no longer like I look at my opponent and I hate you. It's all friends. It's all everyone kissing and hugging. When we watched Unreal a couple weeks ago when it dropped.
So the idea is that apparently LeBron James doesn't hate his basketball enemies. That's why. Okay.
And You seen, yo, what kind of fucked me up was watching Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes hug and kiss after the match, all bloodied up and all that. And I understand, like, it is a work, and I understand it is pro wrestling, but once more, when we go back to the past claim, motherfuckers like Vince was using Matt Hardy and Edge in a real beef, and they was really throwing real punches.
Okay, so I think what this guy is trying to say, and I don't know why why was this not the argument? He should have just said kayfabe, he should have just said that ruining kayfabe ruined wrestling, or he could say that WWE Unreal is ruining wrestling, something about kayfabe. He should have said that. He should have said that just something like the lack of kayfabe ruined wrestling, or the internet, something, And that where I will agree. Like, the idea of not protecting kayfabe does ruin wrestling. Not protecting your brand, not making it like actually live the gimmick. Undertaker lived the gimmick for how many years before retiring? That was. That took effort. Even when going into the internet in the 2000s, he had to spend close to 20 years with the how advanced the internet was, and living the gimmick. We have people that don't barely live the gimmick anymore, that don't act like large in life characters, and that's the problem. So, and again, part of it is WWE's fault too. The fact that, Unreal is a show now definitely doesn't help. Unreal, first of all, it doesn't help that it is, like it or not, it is still scripted. You have to understand this. It's still a scripted show. It's not legit. We're really going Unreal. Okay. But at the same time, them exposing the business does not help. Just like they're mentioning it on their shows. Also, you guys watch Unreal and whatever. But it's like, hey, can we actually protect the business? Can we actually protect it? Actually make it look like it's real too, and actually not mention but outsider terms. Keep the kayfabe alive. We know, unfortunately, due to the internet, kayfabe has been exposed, but at the same time, still maintain it. Still act like you're actually on the TV show, on the movie. Because you don't see actors and actresses go outside the script while they're filming a movie and TV show. So
punches, and they was really out there calling each other out their names and all of that, calling Lita whore. Listen, I love Lita, by the way. But every time I see you, I think of that chant.
So what about LeBron?
Yeah. Why the whole
like
idea
I said,
LeBron?
So like I said, with the LeBron, why the LeBron James thing is tied in? Like I said, bro, there's no longer everyone's friends. There's no beef, and there's no real.
Okay, you could just say that kayfabe ruined everything. Something like that. Why is LeBron Maybe you could say this argument should not be about LeBron though. Because I just LeBron James has nothing to do with the wrestling business. You could just simply say that the lack of kayfabe is ruining wrestling, and also, just other actual arguments. The lack of, kayfabe, the lack of storylines is ruining wrestling. So, and you can even mention Unreal is not good for WWE. I don't know.
Real competition. There is maybe behind the scenes competition, but everyone's each other's friend. Everyone pats each other on the back. There's no more Terry's. Not putting people over.
Oh, I was going to debate the kayfabe plan.
We kind of need. I mean, that doesn't work for me, brother. It does help. We kind of need a little bit, actually, politicians do actually, it does actually help the business where, protect yourself. And a lot of people don't protect themselves, unfortunately.
And so when you ready, tag me in.
Tag, let's go.
You're saying that LeBron James ruined wrestling,
sports and
wrestling because nobody is portraying the rivalry that we see in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
My thing, when you say LeBron James, I think about the little boy that had that flip phone, the camera phone, taking the picture of Stone Cold Steve Austin back in 2003. I remember that. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I guess
so the fact that you're pointing LeBron James into this whole kayfabe thing is way off the beaten path.
But
I'm not done.
Okay, fine.
You don't be sassy, girl.
Kayfabe broke during that curtain call. Kayfabe broke then. 1996. Kevin
Not
Nash
wrong.
and Scott Hall
Not
was
wrong.
literally leaving, and Triple H
Like, not wrong, but at the same time, you could still protect it. You know, you can still protect it by not mentioning it or just not actually like, not doing stuff that would actually contribute to like breaking kayfabe. Unfortunately, TKO is unfortunately breaking that along with WWE with this unreal shit. So doesn't help, and also doesn't help that a lot of these wrestlers, they're going on TikToks and their social media is just doing dumb shit that just to have fun and shit. It's like it doesn't make sense.
and Shawn Michaels, they all got in that ring. They all hugged
Mm-hmm.
because they was going to. Their friends was going to WCW.
Yeah.
That's when kayfabe broke. Now what Vince did was, we all know the story. Triple H got the worst of it because you couldn't put Shawn over, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But what Vince did was he made sure that nobody would sit here and talk about kayfabe up until a certain point. Like we knew kayfabe was about to start breaking when you had the divas who was wrestling on TV going to these photo shoots and being all happy, lovey-dovey with each other. When you had these men on TV beating each other to a bloody pulp.
Well, here's the thing: first of all, no one even cared enough to mention that because it's women, and two, people didn't complain. It's not like they were big enough to like complain about it. And three, like who the fuck cares? Like it's women, women's wrestling. So,
and then you see them going out and hanging out on tour buses, and you see them hanging out in clubs and those other stuff.
Well, first of all, if memory serves me right, that's not actually talked about. No one actually fucking talked about it, or that's not mentioned. That's not shown, except unfortunately, like in recent time, maybe, but it has not actually. You barely see stuff like that. Actually, core buses or whatever. Except now, unfortunately, with the podcast era, with Cody Rhodes and shit like that. That's the problem, and this unreal shit, like that's part of the problem. But before that, you don't really see like a lot of people still talk about it because they would at least still try to maintain kayfabe. So it's just unfortunately with the whole unreal shit that has unfortunately killed kayfabe, if anything, even more.
So to say that LeBron James is the reason, or he ruined sports entertainment because the kayfabe thing is so off the beaten path. Kayfabe, we've seen kayfabe break a lot of time, even in the ring, and sometimes they had to pull it back.
What about the McMahon Helmsley era? What about that? We forget about that. Test was dating Stephanie at the time, at a point in time, right?
No.
Yes.
No.
Test was never with.
Okay.
No.
This guy did not know what he was saying.
That's not cap.
Test was with.
You were
Stephanie
winning,
McMahon.
bro, but
No.
you kind of fell off with this argument.
Test was not, God rest his soul, was never with Stephanie McMahon in real life. Test had his own relationship, and Stephanie was saying, if you go back, Stephanie has said it plenty of times, she was not allowed to date the wrestlers. The whole issue with Test and the whole storyline, it worked because the whole Triple H thing. Triple H was the first real wrestler that Stephanie was dating, and then that even stopped. That we know of.
That's why I'm looking at you like.
The reason why I'm saying that because of the rumors with Stephanie and Macho Man. Chill out. But what I'm saying is, no, they didn't date. Your thing is that because we don't like to say wrestling is fake. So when we see on TV, we want to believe that is real and what's happening in real life. There were times where heels with each other and baby faces with each other. We never seen them cross. There were times when we thought that the Brothers of Destruction was real life brothers in real life. Right.
Listen, there was a time we thought Edge and Lita fucked on camera. I'm just gonna say.
I understand that, and that's the entertainment part of it. That is and that's definitely the entertainment part. It's supposed to draw you and it's supposed to make you believe that. But if you're staying in that, then you're the problem.
But was it playing off of real life messiness? That's what I'm saying. And that's really what my point was. Now it's all just everyone's friends and kumbaya. And
but everybody's gonna be friends.
What about Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart when you bring up that? Shawn Michaels, but that was real beef.
So real life beef does help, like that's when they're professional. Like Edge and Matt Hardy were professionals with their feud. They were professional to use the real life shit to the story. That's good, right? But sometimes you have to be friends because it's all about that trust. Because without the trust, it's not a problem to not be friends, okay? It's not a problem to be friends with a person that you're working with, okay? Because you need that trust. Okay, without that trust in the wrestling industry, then that's when you will get hurt, and that's when your career will get shortened because you need that trust. You kind of need wrestlers to be a little friendly with each other because but you gonna put that wrestler's trust when you're performing with each other. You know, you need that trust still in the end of the day because how the hell you're gonna know that hey you're gonna be landed in a safe manner. When you're gonna take that bump, when you're gonna take that move from that wrestler, how you gonna know you're gonna be protected? You need that trust. So it's not a problem to have it's all about an act. You just gotta know how to act. So, but obviously, when you know that hey, these people have some shit with each other, that's when it's gonna make it real. Like then yeah, but that's the goal where you gotta make people think. You gotta make people think that hey, we hate each other. That all goes back to kayfabe.
Beef.
That was real beef for sure. Just like Charlotte and Becky was real beef.
Just like Charlotte and Tiffany recently. That was the dopest thing. And I know that Tiffany was wrong in
care about that, but at least it sounded real.
That was
right?
the dopest thing
real
that
shit,
happened in the E. I was like, ooh.
Real dialogue.
But it showed up as tacky and classless, and it showed up that she couldn't.
That shit was popping.
It showed that
shit
she
was
could.
lit.
Okay, classes or whatever. But let's be honest here. That's the most realistic thing that WWE did with the women. Then what is the real? How is that now realistic? Like realistic mentioning, hey, my like when chicks are arguing about a man, that's real. That's the realest shit. That's some real shit. Honestly,
Show that she could not. She broke under pressure. That's what it showed. It was both wrong. It was wrong, and it was a hard thing to watch.
Me just mad because the women are not doing their great feats of athleticism.
Go back to the point to say that LeBron James
and again that makes women look bad. When women are about men, it makes them look bad. So that's kind of the feminist mentality where she's kind of pissed off the women are doing that. But again, it's realistic. That's what actually makes people at the time, if you're in all honesty, makes people a little intrigued. So.
Which is weird that LeBron James of all people.
Yeah, I agree. LeBron
ruined sports entertainment because everybody is friends. How much power do you think y'all could give this man for him to go into another entertainment entity and be like, when y'all done in that ring, y'all gonna kiss and make up backstage?
Hey, bro,
what sense does that make? Make it make sense. Kayfabe is dead, and we know it. Kayfabe is dead. It's never gonna be wrestling right now. It's never gonna be the wrestling of old, unless it's even said with the Becky and Charlotte beef. I was there to Survivor Series when they laid it out all on the line. When they really knew that's when they had to bring it out.
Now answer this question. If you knew that Matt Riddle and Goldberg or Matt Riddle and CM Punk were in the storyline, are you not tuned in? Because you know the history behind it, right?
Of course.
Because they got real life beef, right?
Listen,
that's what I'm saying.
Art imitates life. That's art imitates
life. Imitating life right now, but outside of the Tiffy and Charlotte situation, art has not been really imitating life too much outside of just Instagram.
You're right, but you're still tuned in every week, right, to watch? Okay, point taken.
Well, calm down. Well, you don't know what this guy does. At the same time, the guy again, we don't know why JT is known as a hater, right? Maybe he does actually behind the scenes do videos and whatever, and maybe he is obligated, because he has people that watch him. That's why he covers shit like that, Just like, oh, you just watch every week or whatever. Well, there's got to be a reason why. You have to look into why people watch every week. It's not just because, because they secretly like it. Obviously, people want to actually listen. For a person like me, right? I love pro wrestling. Again, I love WWE. Well, I want wrestling to get better. That it's literally just like the same thing. Like you watch your favorite sports team, but you want them to get better. It's like that. You want the show to get better, and at certain times they do something like that little sense of something that was good. Let's be honest, WWE. As much as how shit it is, they do certain times, certain things that are good. And let's be honest here. The reason what's saving WWE right now is John Cena's retirement tour, okay? John Cena, once he retires, is going to be less likely to enjoy anything about WWE. So you have stuff like that. Instead of say you're just going to watch every week. Guess what? Not everyone's watching every week. That number is dying. Sooner or later, people will stop watching because once you head to the point where it's completely unwatchable, people are not going to fucking watch. So I don't know what to tell you. So there's gonna be a breaking point.
Point made.
Because I'm a purist.
The point you're trying to make about, kayfabe being dead and like, you're not going to tune in, because these people don't really hate each other. Like, obviously, I feel like the value of wrestling nowadays isn't in the fact that they're trying to keep, everything like, under shade and stuff like that. The value in wrestling today, in part of it making it a big entertainment global, $1 billion company, is that, people know it's scripted, and you can do so much more with, when it's scripted content. You can make, the show more appealing. And even with real life beef such as Matt and, you keep referencing Matt Hardy and Edge, or Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte. It doesn't even matter if the beef is real, because they need to be able to get along to work each other in the ring and not hurt each other.
Bro,
for real.
Matt
So
Hardy and
what's
Edge
the point?
Matt Hardy and Edge did not get along in real. They did not. Fuck with each other
You're right, but they still have to get along to work each other in the ring, right? And that's still cage match.
That's a part of being a professional.
Exactly.
That's a part of, like, there could be, I could not like you across the way, and we're gonna still debate.
Okay, but like you still get that in today's wrestling, maybe to a lesser sense, but it still exists. For example, Raw and CM Punk. I know it's 2 years into the rivalry, but when Punk first came back, that was a hot rivalry, and now it creates these stories for years on end. We all know they don't really hate each other. They made up, but like. It's part of the entertainment. And even if they did hate each other, like I said, they have to be able to work together.
I think
exactly. So what's the?
I personally this is where I will agree with the modern fan. I mean, I remember I hated that he said like modern wrestling's better, but at the same time I can't agree with that. Like, I mean, I see again where GT's coming from. The lack of kayfabe does ruin everything. And yeah, he's not wrong. We need a little bit more realism, but again, at the same time, it's all about the wrestlers got to really live the gimmick.
So I think it's better when you have a real product, when there is some real kind of animosity, even if it's behind closed doors, you just trying to get over the top spot of him. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, we're all reaching for number one. Mm-hmm. So even if there's that little bit of friction was created, bro, but the fact that it's all fabricated friction, it's kind of you can tell from someone, from someone who's been watching the product for a long time, you could tell. You could see when.
Right, but to that point, it may start off as real, but like it's gonna become fabricated at one point to keep the story going. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
with
but
any real
thing. But once more, when it's real, you're still gonna be able to pull from that real emotion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You might see the tears in the eyes. You might see the real scowl. That real when a motherfucker punch you, might see that real scowl, or like put their elbow into that bitch. They're gonna really put their knee into that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Even with the receipts. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's where like, okay, we should not want that though. We should not want like a wrestler legit getting hurt, because then how they're going to perform. So this is where I cannot take the side of what the the hater is saying, because you need that faith to make sure, hey, I'm gonna be fine in this match, because then the idea of like, oh, you gotta worry about like a legit getting hit, that's gonna affect the performance. So that's where I can't agree with that.
That's a different era of wrestling, dude. I'm sorry to say, we're not in that era of wrestling anymore with receipts and like trying to hurt each other for real. I think that's
receipts are only earned when a person is like, legit like hurting you without any like being a little reckless. And then you can like, hey, you hit them with a little bit of punch, or hit them with a little big chop. It's like, hey, calm the fuck down. Same thing with how Brock Lesnar did to Braun Strowman. Like, that's a way, like, a indicator, like, hey, calm down. Something that is coming. It still is around. It's just like it makes sense. So,
whack, to be honest. It's so unprofessional.
Fair enough. I just like chaos.
That's fair.
There's got to be grandma too.
How did you expect today to go? Walk me through what you're thinking, feeling.
I'll be honest. So I will say that I thought that they weren't gonna like come on as strong as they did. Like, I did think I was gonna cook a lot more, but
I mean, listen. I think that the WWE hater, Mr. JT. I can't believe I still remember his name, but JT, definitely a great representative. And I feel like I'm more of a hater of the current product than he was. Especially when he was like talking about the women's wrestling, the being so good, whatever. I obviously, I'm gonna stick with the hater. Like the guy really knows what he's saying. You know, Mr. JT over here knows what the fuck he was saying in terms of like modern wrestling and shit like that. He definitely bring up like he has better points. You know, but again, to talk about like the whole Post Malone and shit, like really, and then LeBron James, like okay, that kind of like blew me off. Like I don't understand, nor do I care. You know, like how does that make sense with wrestling terms? Like, you know, you could have just said like, hey, you know, John Cena's overrated. Like, you know, change my mind, or kayfabe is dead, and we need more kayfabe. Like, okay, then you got me going. You know, we need more psychology. All right, this is where we can. All right.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Okay, just when I was gonna try to be cool with the fans, they still like, no, calm down with your mark.
My brother. So, did I hear it correct that you think wrestling is fake? Is that?
He never mentioned. I mean, that's the thing. He should have been like, "Hey, wrestling is fake." He should have mentioned that as like, you know, wrestling is maybe too fake or lack realism. Like maybe saying something like that. You know, maybe that should be one of his arguments.
What I heard?
It's not that
Little Birdie told me that out in the hall. Is that accurate?
It's not that I think wrestling is fake. The truth of the matter is, wrestling is a bunch of guys getting paid to play fight.
Ooh, I'm not.
I mean, is he wrong?
I'm not going to offer any pushback.
Okay, I'm gonna give this my wrestling mindset. Listen, as a professional wrestler myself, or as a professional wrestler who's training, pro wrestling is fake. It's fake and scripted. Like, oh, it's not fake, it's scripted. It's both. Okay, it's both fake and scripted. It's just it's not real. Okay, it's not real. Professional wrestling is not real, nor is it meant to be. You know, this whole dumb strong style shit is dumb, right? That, you know, this whole idea about strong style is just dumb. It's just dumb indie shit. Okay, dumb NXT shit, or you know, it's not supposed to be real. But wrestlers do put their bodies on the line, you know, trying to entertain people. The whole idea, like, oh, but people get hurt. It's because, you know, something bad happens, because they get injured by accident, you know? It's no different than, again, a live choreographed stage fight, you know? To say that, though, wrestling is... I do think the reason why people pretend to say wrestling is real or want to defend it, because it goes back to how wrestling fans want to pretend they're watching a sport. But reality is professional wrestling is not a sport, you know? It's not supposed to be. And at the end, the reason why people are saying that is because they want it to be like a sport. They want it to be taken seriously. Because let's be honest, pro wrestling fans are not taken seriously because it's not real. Because it's exposed, that's what made pro wrestling fans seem as weird, to be fair. So I do think that's one of the reasons why people like pro wrestling fans, they say whatever the fuck they'll say. But as far as like to say that wrestling, like, you know, I'm not degrading like, you know, pro wrestling. Of course, we do put our bodies on the line. You know, we do. Pro wrestlers do put their bodies on the fucking line. But it doesn't mean that it's not fake. Doesn't mean it's not scripted. You know, it just, you know, when people do get hurt, it's because, you know, on an accident. It's usually because of an accident. But at the end of the day, it's still fake. But yeah, you can't fake gravity. You know, you're gonna get hurt, unfortunately. But at the same time, you're doing it because you want to entertain people. And yeah, you know, it is a risk. But at the end of the day, you know, yes, should it be respected? You know, should like people be like, obviously, you know, you put your body on the line, and praises to people put their bodies on the line, because it is not easy. But at the end of the day, you know, it's still fake. You know, you can't fake gravity. But at the same time, you know, yes, respect should be given. But it doesn't mean that, you know, we have to act like they're such great talents, you know. You know, they deserve so much, like we should bow down to them or whatever. Like, no, because it's not like it's real to the point like it's like boxing, UFC. Those guys who do real sports like boxing and UFC deserve more respect than, if anything, than WWE fighters. So, you know, because again, that's real shit. They're the ones that are actually fucking taking the hits for real when it's intended.
Back on that. Myself, Randy Orton, Mark Jindrak, we used to ride up and down the highway. We would say to each other, we would laugh and say, we're grown men that baby oil ourselves up, wear our underwear, and put fake fights on for a living. We could not believe it's how we made our living. You want to know what I was doing 3 days ago, though? I was sitting in a doctor's office going over exactly where he was going to stick a needle this long in my spine in 3 weeks' time. Why? Because I naturally lean to the right all the time. I've got 3.
This is where, again, yeah, obviously the impact is real life. The impact is going to last in long terms, but that's every job if you really think about it. Not that, like, I'm not trying to downgrade the industry, because that's something I'm going to have to deal with too, where you're going to, to be fair, I've been dealing with stuff like that since the beginning of doing sports, sports athletes. Like, listen, we're no different than athletes, okay? But to act like we're gonna take away what they, because if anything, it's more real what they do. But listen, athletes have to deal with this shit. Okay, athletes, like I'm dealing with this because I did amateur wrestling since middle school. If you're an athlete, you're sadly gonna have to deal with a bunch of bullshit. Because bunch of like pink, bunch of needles you're gonna have to probably take, bunch of stuff that you got to take for your body to be able to be okay. Because that's how we do have lastly, because we have unfortunately, put our bodies through a bunch of bullshit just so playing, to just entertain people. Because yes, even as a when you play sports, you're entertaining, the people watching. Even if you're playing sports since high school, unfortunately, you are an entertainer that's gonna have to deal with shit in your future life. In the future of your life, because of the bullshit you have to put yourself through for the love of the game. Playing basketball, playing football, playing baseball. You have technically already put your body on the line just so you could not only advance your life, to hopefully be a future big pro star. But at the same time, or just but again, you're unfortunately an example of entertaining the audience. All those football, baseball, basketball games you played in high school that got the people to watch. You put your body on the line. We're all guilty of it, unfortunately, because that's life. Our life, unfortunately, our bodies are very fragile. All for the love of the game.
Disc herniations that eventually I'm gonna have to have surgery to get repaired. I'm just trying to hold it off. I'm an old man now.
God bless him. May God bless him. It's a darn shame, man. It's not easy. Unfortunately, that's all we have to deal with, because as we grow older, man, we gotta deal with a bunch of issues. We're at
48. I'm trying to push it into my 50s, and I think the short career I had relative to some of the guys. I heard you mention the Hardys. I heard you mention these guys they're still out there bumping.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine. I know what my body feels like. My girl calls me Quasimodo when I wake up in the morning because literally takes me 20 minutes to unclench myself and stand up straight. I admit, and I'll give you some latitude, my friend. Yeah, it's a dumb concept when you think about it. Grown men having fake fights in their underwear, but I'll never ever call it fake. You can't fake gravity. I wish I could. Hell, I'd still be doing it if we could.
It's true. This is true.
And I just know what the rest of my life is going to look like. And YouTube aside, flashy suits aside, sunglasses aside, it's going to be filled with pain. And it's going to be the rest of my days. And yeah, I can have surgeries. I can do a lot of stuff.
First off, I'm very happy that they actually have somebody that's been part of the business being this, because if it just was just a like non-fan, it's just like fan versus hater, it just would have been ridiculous. But at least they actually have somebody who's been part of the business to actually talk about this. So thankfully they had Maven on here, and Maven on here. It's amazing.
To try to mitigate that pain. But you want to know what I do every night at 10 o'clock, no matter where I'm at in this country or across the world? I'm on the ground stretching for a solid hour. Yeah, shout out to DDP Yoga. And at this point, I'm only doing it to just try to make my life this much better.
Mm.
Because if I can actually get through a night's sleep, and here's another truth bomb for you. This is 100% true. My girl, it's why I sleep in a separate bedroom now. I used to set an alarm for 4 o'clock in the morning. It's not because I had to get up at 4 o'clock. My dogs didn't have to fucking go out at 4 o'clock. I trust me, I wake up to take my own piss at this age. I had to set an alarm at 4 o'clock because I needed to turn over. Because if I slept on one side and woke up for the entire night, my day was hell the next day.
Wow.
So, and again, don't pour me. I had it to do over again. I'd do crazier shit.
Motherfucker, I would switch. I'll do it too. Shit. Listen, want to trade live? Shit.
And whenever anybody says, oh man,
I mean, I've seen already, like, based on already like training, right? There's people that want to do it for a few days and then they actually quit, unfortunately. I mean, sometimes because of certain circumstances of life. But man, yeah, again, you can't fake gravity. It's gonna take a toll on you in your life. Being a pro wrestler, it's gonna take a toll on you. It's going to. So, be careful what you say, so JT. But it's definitely a unique life. It's definitely a crazy life, not an easy life. But again, it's what is an easy life, But again, to be fair, it's just like, again, what it takes to be an athlete. So.
Sorry, oh shit, that sucks. I'm like, don't. I wrestling's given me everything that I have that I love. Wrestling, I mean, again, I'm 48 and I'm back. They pulled me back in, but I'm back able to make a living, to make money with a business that I love, that I know you love.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been back there and I've listened, and all of you have put out amazing arguments. And I'm not gonna lie, a lot that you've had to say.
Bang bang.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I mean, because let's be honest here, the hater, if anything, he is a super fan in his own right. He is a fan but he represents much more normal person side. The super fans, listen, we all love wrestling. In the end of the day, we're all wrestling fans, and I think, like, despite, like, even like from people who watch me, like, there's a lot of things we disagree with. We can agree that we all love wrestling. It just, I would say the thing about the hater, he wants wrestling to be better. He wants wrestling to be more mainstream, more cool again, which is where I stand with, A lot of these fans, they're just kind of like blind to think that WWE is so good now, or they think that, we should not be criticizing because that's bad. But in the end of the day, we're only criticizing because we want the show to get better. And if anything, they're just blind to see it, It's like literally saying, like, it's like, you're like a sadomasochist, to pretend to something that's, it's like insanity, where you're refusing to admit something that's not good, or, it's no different than, like, a restaurant that used to be good that sucks now, but we're refusing to acknowledge the restaurant sucks now. That's what it is.
Yeah, just hey, I gotta be honest.
I appreciate that.
I do
appreciate that, man.
I do have one thing though. We live in the information age now. We live in where it's almost as important what's going on behind the scenes as what's going on in front of the camera. Hell, we're all here because of that.
Yeah.
I make a living now because of that. So I'm not gonna poo-poo that. I love it.
Yeah.
But it's just a different world.
To be fair, yeah. That's where it has led to cave. Like, with now the cave is no longer a thing. To be fair, that is kind of like why YouTubers are a thing now. Why the state of wrestling, why the internet is a thing, why people talk about pro wrestling is because yes, kayfabe is dead, and that's why it is a thing. Which, let's be honest, like, when you look when people people want to talk about, like, pro wrestling dead too and stuff like that, and like how lack of kayfabe, but then at the same time, a lot of people are talking about the backstage news. They're talking about they're talking about, oh, is this a work for an injury type of thing? Like Seth Rollins, is he actually injured type of thing? That's unfortunately the guilty part where that's. People want to be the insiders, but that's because of Dave Meltzer, though, which Dave Meltzer can go fuck himself for, but acting like he's actually part of the business when he's not. So
we live in.
I understand why maybe
and it's not going back.
It's exciting to talk about.
You agree with that?
I don't know if I could say it won't go back. I mean, I guess just because.
So wait a minute. So people are going to all of a sudden stop demanding information?
Not about stop demanding information. I think that like I said, there's however many guys in the back. You get two people that don't like each other, and you give them. It might be a good storyline.
Yeah.
That actually really don't like each other in real life. Let's just say I'm a producer, and I see you and you don't like each other, and I know you and you are both decent drawers or big drawers or whatever kind of drawers you may be, but putting y'all two together and cutting promos against each other and back and forth, all that back and forth will make good TV.
Absolutely. Back in the territory days, they had the sign that hung in the back. You remember what the sign said?
No.
Personal issues draw money.
So there you go.
They wanted to use anything they could, anything that could, just for a second make the fans say, "Holy shit, that's real."
Exactly.
I know what they're doing is predetermined, but those two motherfuckers hate each other.
Yeah, but they had to be professional because, again, at the same time, people have to realize that you still need to also people need to know also how to you need that trust, because that's where it could also be a bad thing where a certain person who may not necessarily again, when you have people who don't like each other stuff, that could it could also be a little problem where that's where it gets, you get in big trouble where you need to put if you don't put your trust and you don't have that trust factor where someone is wrestling, that's where you get problems where you unfortunately can when you get hurt, it will affect your life, because how the hell are you going to continue your career? So that's where always when you don't have somebody who you don't like, it could be a problem. So that's why, yes, be professional, put your feelings aside, but at the same time, you kind of need that trust factor. Sometimes, though, when not having that trust can be a big problem. Where you don't like a person, it will be always a problem. That's why I would say, maybe in terms of myself, I would okay, you need to talk it out with the wrestler that you apparently have a problem with, to hey, let's work together, but not have a problem with each other. Because when you don't have that common ground with each other, it will lead to definitely not a pretty match or a pretty segment. Because that's when nobody wins.
For 1 second. And that's the goal. That's the goal for every wrestlers. Every night when we go out, we have two goals. And those goals are pop the boys in the back. Have the boys in the back come back and say it. For a second. Wait a minute. Yo, that bump hurt. Or, man, he laid that punch in for 1 second. That's every wrestler's goal when they go out there. We're not going back. If anything, it's just going to continue to get worse. And there's a little bit of a traditionalist in me too. Let me ask you, I got a YouTube channel now?
Yeah, of course.
I gotta plug it. As a traditionalist, would you have me not doing what I do? Because I respect people that say I give out too much information. My pushback to that is I don't give out anything that with a damn good Google search you're not going to find on your own if you're not lazy.
Agreed.
But if you had it your way, would you have guys like me, guys like Stevie Richard, guys like Cafe de Rene, would you have us not giving the information that we give out?
I consume your I'm consume your No, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why though. I consume your content to know the backstory.
Gotcha.
The story of the story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like I said, to know this guy was a dick. This guy was this. This guy was that. This guy sucks. This guy actually sucks in ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is why someone like yourself is good content. You know what I'm saying? Because you're giving the story behind the story. Right. But once more, when the story behind the story don't really got a story, that shit's kind of you know what I mean, at this point now, like you just got the kayfabe story to live off of, and that's it, really it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
so I think this is where you can agree with both, right? Maybe it's what would you rather have, the kayfabe? Because again, not knowing that kayfabe, which is kayfabe not, can definitely be the advantage, right? And yes, kayfabe did, unfortunately, lack of kayfabe does, unfortunately, now, affect it. That's why you need to rely on the storylines. You really got to have kayfabe storylines to make people care. But when, unfortunately, a lot of matches nowadays, a lot of things in WWE don't rely on kayfabe and don't really have much of a story and just rely on matches, how the hell can you really care about the match, without the story? You need, honestly, storylines to care about the matches. So, but the problem is when you have no stories, how the hell are you going to care about the show?
I'd want to go back when I brought up Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair. I woke my girl up out of sleep, out of a dead sleep. She was knocked the fuck out.
Your girl allowed that?
My girl don't even like
Yo, you live in a different household than I do, bro.
My girl don't even like wrestling.
Mine hates it too.
She doesn't give a shit about wrestling
Mine
at
hates
all.
it.
I woke her up, just say, yo, look how
the reason why women hate wrestling is because, again, it appeals to nerd culture, and it does not look. It's not just doesn't look real. It's not cool. It's the same reason why normal people, even men, people who used to watch wrestling but don't watch anymore, is because of that. I think that the only way that you can get women to like watching wrestling is when you don't have it nerdy. When you actually have it cool, when you actually have cool, larger than life characters with storylines and characters, shit like that, badasses. No girl wants to see a fucking Daniel Bryan or an Ilja Dragunov. Okay, no girl wants to see fucking boring indie midgets. Okay, no girl also wants to see nerdy people. Part of the reason why wrestling is where it is because of the Smarky fans too. That the way they act. So, but at the same time, if you want girls to start watching, it's gotta legit be a soap opera, man. It's gotta be like the Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression era. Okay, it's gotta be. Women still love soap operas,
fucking real. This is that shit right there.
Yeah.
Yo, this is what the fuck. This is what the fuck
But
we
you see,
need.
they got you. You want to know who my favorite wrestler going in today's business is? MJF. MJF. You want to know why? You want to know why?
Why?
Because he makes people say, is he really that much of a dick? Never breaks.
I agree.
He never breaks. He goes back to those territory days. He goes back to those days when he wouldn't be in the same dressing room. The son of a order service at Clan Vliet's. It's so good. And I think he could be the one guy. He would have to do it in WWE, in my opinion, but I don't think they are gonna allow him.
Yeah. And that's also part of the culture. I will say this. Okay, I'm not the. So I like MJF. For me is a love-hate deal. I like that MJF, again, he does resemble an old school type of heel mindset, and that's something I respect. My problem is though where a lot of people think he's a great heel and shit like that, and think like he's this anti-smarky wrestler. The problem is though he doesn't really actually represent the anti-smart wrestler, where he still does. He's not fully committed. I think that this is where I will say he's not committed in terms of that aspect. The only commitment he has is the mindset of a old school territorial wrestler. Not when you're a heel, you act heel. My thing is with MJF though, when you're going to be an anti-smart character, you actually got to be an anti-smart character, not praising it, not acting like you care about what the fans say, and actually caring what first of all, wearing a scarf and also freaking being somewhat a dumb heel at times, making yourself look vulnerable. Also doing indie shit when you crap on indie shit, that you shouldn't be doing that if you're gonna live that type of character, if that's the character you are, and then you're still gonna freaking you're supposed to be an anti-smart character, you're gonna kind of be guilty of doing the same shit. So that's my thing. That's where I can't really support MJF, this idea of MJF being this anti-smart individual, because if anything, I'm more of what MJF characters should be. So Well, regardless, I guess, yeah, like when you're the idea of kayfabe, like, oh yeah, MJF, is he really that like an asshole? Like, sure, maybe that's like, yeah.
That's it kind of circles back into that, that original argument.
But what he's doing is to me revolutionary.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just drop people's belts on the ground at big event.
And here's what's crazy, and I hope he's a nice guy. He's actually a really damn nice guy, but he plays the role to perfection.
Yeah.
And he goes out and he makes you think for a second, is he
I have a little story about MJF actually. MJF, he one guy I met like a year ago in the Fanatics, he knew MJF. And he apparently, good guy. He wanted to work it out in secret. So that's one thing. Like, yeah, apparently he is a good guy. I will say, MJF, man, part of my wrestling scene, he and FTR kicked out one guy who's part of my wrestling scene because he's just that big dumbass. His name is Killer Kyle, by the way, as a wrestler. Like, yeah, call yourself Killer Kyle. The reason why I got kicked out of the AEW locker room, apparently this was a big news where apparently there was a news that a wrestler got kicked out of AEW, and that made local news supposedly. And the reason why he got kicked out was because, he was like kind of like apparently, like disruptive and whatever, and like he didn't want to leave and stuff like that. That same wrestler, right? And I said, I know him. He got kicked out because he lied about being trained by the Hardys, and he got kicked out by MJF and FTR. So it's like, it's hilarious.
that much of a fucking dick for real? Because he's good at what he does.
Listen, I think I think you have to honestly like kind of play that you have to play that kayfabe role out. If you're not going to commit to it in real life, because at that point, like I said, it's going to go back to that argument of kayfabe is dead and that shit is just there's no story behind the story.
It is.
Well, it's dead. Yes, you're right. But I'm talking about the story behind the story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no story behind the story if you're not really playing into that role, or you're not going to convince anyone if you're like being like all humble and nice and your character's a dick. No, I agree with that though.
Yeah,
I do agree with that.
I remember when I had my thing with Taker going, and he did something on my neck, and I went up to him, because it looked a pretty damn good looking bump, and I asked him, Taker, do you want me? Because I was going to go to the damn CVS and get a fucking neck brace, and he told me, he was like, nah, dude, you're good, and I mean that's the Godfather. I was talking to him yesterday.
Oh wow.
And I knew my YouTube career, I wasn't going too far once his YouTube career started.
Oh, yeah.
Like once he was telling stories, once it was Mark Calloway and not just The Undertaker, to me, that was the damn death nail in kayfabe. I'm not gonna lie. I miss being a little kid and actually thinking these guys hate each other. Like I miss that.
Even like Bray Wyatt, like RIP to he's one of the GOATs, bro. Like, and he had such a short career.
Agree.
Even like someone like Bray Wyatt, where like you couldn't tell if he was supernatural, you couldn't tell if he was crazy. Yeah. He blurred lines. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it
really goes back to like the problem why I do think that people don't. Then this is one of the big problems is because they don't live the gimmick, and not only that, if you really think about it, a lot of these wrestlers who are in WWE and AEW and whatever, that's not really dumb. The beauty of the wrestlers' characters back in the day also was that when Vince Russo wrote for these wrestlers, a lot of these wrestlers were kind of really just what they were in real life. It's just their character, but turned up to 11. That's what their character was. It was themselves, but turned up to 11. A lot of these wrestlers right now, they're trying to be something they're not. And at the same time, even if they try to be something they like what they are in real life, it's very nerdy, not really cool. That's why like certain people should not be in the business. Like they're not really made to be the wrestling world. And two, it also goes back to like, they're just not that entertaining. So that's where I will say like, that's the thing about kayfabe. So
he did have one of the
and how good was it?
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Because once more, he was actually committing to this role and blurring lines of we didn't know if he was, like I said, obviously we know the supernatural shit. Like you can't go outrageous like you did in the 80s. Bray Wyatt did a great job of kind of blurring that line. And I don't think that we see things like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's either you're a good wrestler or a bad wrestler.
But that's why when you do see it, when you do see the MJFs, you
Mhm.
appreciate it
Mhm.
so much more. Because and I'm not gonna say which organization.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but but MJF, I think the whole idea that people pretend MJF is like this great, like he's still guilty of not really, I would say, fulfilling or what takes to be that kind of character, But at the same time, the old school mentality, though, yeah, it's cool that he's actually given in to try to be like old school. So I get that.
But I was scrolling through. I'm the last guy on earth that still has cable television, evidently. And I was channel surfing, and wrestling came on. And my girl, she's not a fan.
Mm-hmm.
And she watched 30 seconds of it, and she went, "It looks like they're dancing." And to me, that's what I hate. That's what just pisses me off about the business. It's because when you don't listen to the crowd and when you're not out in the ring being instinctual,
Keep in mind, this was a wrestler who was part of the industry, and he's mentioning how wrestling nowadays don't look real and don't look like there's no in-ring psychology. So
acting off of what the fans are giving you, and where you're just going through spots, it looks like a ballet.
So
like JR used to say, wrestling isn't ballet, and unfortunately, they're making it ballet.
Well, hot take. It might
lay it on me, brother.
Pro wrestling might be too athletic.
Yes.
If you think about it,
what do you mean not? What do you mean not? No, it's true. It's true. Like these wrestlers, I mean, just trying to do kicks and flips, like that's all they're doing, man. They're not trying to be fucking telling a story. They're not using in-ring psychology. They're not trying to make it look like a real fucking fight. A real fight doesn't have a fucking flip and shit like that.
Over.
So when I say too athletic, you know how she said they're dancing.
Yeah.
They're climbing all over each other, doing roll back to roll back to, you know what I'm saying? There's no more, like I said, they're relying on athleticism.
Yeah.
There's no longer psychology involved. It's just athleticism. You know what I'm saying?
I've said it before. Ricochet does stuff I wouldn't try in a swimming pool.
Yes.
That's insane. Like he's so athletic. But I'll agree with you. Whenever you're just thinking about just doing a move to where it looks completely perfect, you're missing the art of what professional wrestling is. When I left the WWE, my very first independent run, I was working with Billy Gunn, and I followed Billy around like a little puppy dog. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's put our match together. And he looked at me. He went, "Man, we'll figure it out there." And I was like, "Well, you don't want to talk over anything?" And he said, "Can you lock up?" And I was like, "Yes." He's like, "We're good." And but I'm 5 years in at this point. He made me learn, because in the WWE, I was a timed wrestler. I knew, okay, I got 6 minutes. I got 10 minutes. I got 4 minutes. And I was going to wrestle to that time where they were going to go to the Bennigan's commercial, whether I was done or not. And he taught me to listen to the crowd. And you find out when you do that, you have to do so much.
I will say, because I don't know, like when they had, maybe it was like outside. I think he said it was probably outside of WWE. That's when you can get away with, the term time limit. Time limits do matter actually, because again, especially with TV time, you not want to run out of TV time, because you gotta get things done, right? You gotta make time for others and stuff like that. Like, will make sense. You got running things will help, but yeah, sometimes with magic, when you have a veteran like Billy Gunn who can probably call the match for 4 minutes, that's when it works. But at the same time, yes, like making sure certain things work, what's to do is not necessarily a bad thing, because you gotta know what to get done in a few minutes. But when knowing the basic of wrestling, of having a match and working them through like a good veteran, calling things, like it can help. It's just obviously you gotta know how to work at it with time. But obviously, knowing, listening to the crowd, with moments, yeah. But that's really like, when you allowed the time, But at the same time, yeah, it does matter.
Less. And guess what? At that point, then you kind of can fake gravity, because you're not doing all those crazy bumps.
Yeah. Because that's what matters at the end of the day. So
I wish I wish more wrestlers went back to that style. And whenever anybody asks me, Maven, what advice can you give me? I tell them, learn how to call stuff in the ring, because you'll listen to what these people want. You'll listen to what the fans.
I mean, timing will still matter, but definitely the moment. Yeah. Oh yeah. Maximize your minutes,
and you'll
maximize.
And it's become so much more fun not having to remember. Okay, lock up, headlock, shoot, I'll take a tackle.
At the same time, though, you do have to know like what to do in the match to get that minute done. Like let's say if you have a match for 4 minutes, you're getting it done. But calling it out like maybe just one spot is enough. So. But yeah, I see what they're saying. But regardless, maximize your minutes. Let the crowd go through you. I agree with that. I mean, Maven knows what he's doing. Him, Billy, But, that's why it takes a great veteran to call out. So, God bless Billy.
Drop down. Because, man, that shit gets hard.
Oh,
Did I heard you guys mention Unreal.
Remember certain
Did
things
you see Rhea backstage? And she's trying to remember spots? That's the worst feeling. I used to stand back there and do that and be like, I hate this job. I hate this job. It sucks. It's just the worst feeling.
It is.
And when you don't have to do that anymore, it's so freeing.
Less is more.
Less is more.
I did see Maven walk in with a
less is more. That's why, that's the beauty of having the veterans. So, well, again, the time limits do matter. That's where, like, again, if you're not focusing so much on time, that's where it will be a beauty. So, yeah.
Microphone.
Right here.
I feel like it's only appropriate for somebody to bring us home. I can put 24 seconds on the clock. Who wants to cut a promo on our hater? And 3, 2.
Welcome to the new generation of professional wrestling, where we just had a group of super fans debate this hater. But let's be real here. This man ain't no hater over here. This man is a fan, because it is 2025 and professional wrestling is all the way on top of the world. Welcome if you're watching for the first time, because guess what? Professional wrestling never went away. It's never not cool. It's always been cool, and we're back.
Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, I like that. We're all fans. Yeah, we're all fans. But that was a little cringe. I'll be straight up with you. Like, okay, yeah. Well, wrestling never left. Okay, yeah, wrestling never left. It's just unfortunately the fans did. Okay. But overall, man, this was definitely an interesting video, and I'm really happy a video like this was made to react to and definitely talked about, because again, at the end of the day, it is a good conversation to have. At the end of the day, yes, we're all fans. We all love wrestling. It just, but I would say that again, the hater, right? But shout out to the YouTuber called the hater as well. Shout out to that guy. There's another YouTuber who that's known as the hater. The anti-smart channel. To be fair, in the end of the day, we're not haters. We're just, I'm sure we may not love the current product, but we want wrestling to get better. We want wrestling to be cool again. That's the same thing. We want wrestling to be cool again. I want wrestling to be authentic again. I want wrestling to be cool again. In my opinion, wrestling is not, and part of it is because of the, the super fans that kind of ruin it, make it less cool, and not only that, the modern state of wrestling with the people who are wrestling in the WWE currently, the people who are the modern wrestlers and the type of style now, that's what affects it. If we want wrestling to be cool again and be, alive and well, we need to actually, make it, authentic and cool. And that goes back to maximizing the moments and knowing how to, adding psychology and shit. So, and knowing how to have character, charisma, be mainstream, knowing what it takes to be mainstream. And that includes having larger life characters, having great storylines, knowing how to build up a show, matches that resemble psychology, resembles a fight, and also making, eye candy doesn't hurt with the women, Why not have hot shit with the women? That's not a problem. Just go back to how would you have wrote the ad? Basically, would this have passed in the Attitude Era and the Discretion Era? Would guys like Austin have done certain things like this? Basically stuff like that, would Austin have done certain things as a babyface or a heel? You know, stuff like that. Think of like what wrestler would do in the past. That's what I would say. Overall, this was fun. I even though this was very long, but I enjoyed doing this. Shout out to shout out to Maven, shout out to JT, shout out to even the super fans, even though they were very annoying. But at the end of the day, this was an interesting video. I'm even interested to even probably be part of this in the future. But regardless, this was a good little insight of the business. You know, in the end of the day, we all will. This is all I love of wrestling, man. I love of wrestling, and let's hope wrestling it will be great and authentic again. I don't think wrestling is, unfortunately, like, you know, better, bigger than it was. It's not, because if that's the case, then people will still be watching. So, anyways, that's what I have to say. Yeah. That's my little thoughts on the video. That's my little take on the WWE Hater versus Superfans featuring Maven. That's my little debunking and retrospective look. That's what I'm gonna say. Overall, interesting topic. Till next time, peace. Yeah, bye. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. And sorry that this was long. So, but yeah, hope y'all enjoyed. End the broadcast, man. I'm freaking recording this. Oh, come on, end this. I'm trying to